with black people? No. So let me just say this. You know, I think that she certainly does have a problem with men because misogyny is a real thing in this country. I don't think black men are the problem. Black men are not the problem. Black men are used to matriarchy. Okay, black men are used to black women being the heads of the family, black grandmothers raising them. They are used to that.
You vote? Are you gonna vote? Will you ask people that you know to vote, please? And will you ask them to vote for me? Thank you.
What's good? This your main correspondent, Alan Taylor, and I'm back in the broadcast room yet again, always with another one. And yes, indeed, it is another one. Shout out to all my subscribers out there. Mad love to y'all. If you're new to the channel, hit that like, share, subscribe button. Mad love to y'all. And listen, let me tell y'all something. It's going to be a lot of shots fired tonight.
Shots fired! Shots fired!
It's going to be a lot of shots fired tonight. Real talk. Welcome to the broadcast and things like that. Mad love to everybody. If you real talk, hit that like, share button out there for me. Mad love to everybody. Thank y'all. YouTube, Rumble. That's what I'm broadcasting on right now. Things like that. You know what I'm saying? Mad love to everybody, man. Listen, look, we have had a time with this election out here. This is what's going on. The reason why I titled this situation the way it is, especially for black men out here, real talk, is because, and the thing of this is yes, a lot of black men, due to the facts come from slavery and this and that, it's a lot that's wrapped up into this. And yes, we have been under the thumb of black women. You know, back in the day, black women used to have to protect us when doing slavery, stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? They gave sympathy to slave masters, stuff like that, to protect their sons and things like that. But nowadays, we are in a different situation. So listen, look, it is what it is out here, man. It is what it is. But before we start diving too deep, of course, we're going to go and we're going to see the beautiful ladies of the world. So we're going to dive off into that first, like we always do. Let's go here now.
Since to have two wives, you'll always have two pairs of hands. You'll always have two options. The food or
Yes, who told you that African girls are not beautiful? Who told you that African girls are not beautiful? And who told you that Luo girls are not beautiful? Luo girls are very beautiful. Hey, check out African girls. Show them, show them, show them.
Yes, very beautiful. Got a little Russian in there. Oh, yeah. African, a little Russian. fucking night. Oh yeah. Oh yes. Shout out to all the beautiful ladies of the world. Real talk. Real talk. And yes, to be honest with you, I am going to skip the dingbat time on this particular broadcast and things like that. And we're going to dive off into some things right now because Obama did a lot these past few days and things like that. He said a lot, and it woke up a fucking firestorm out here. This is a whole situation here. This is a whole situation here. This is about you as a man. I don't care. Listen, look, you as a man, black, white, whatever race you're a part of, this is about you as a man being able to vote the way that you want to vote. And we're clearly seeing, but I know that the Obama talking point technically was aimed towards black men and things like that. And we're gonna dive off deep, and we're gonna get to that point too. And I'm gonna explain to you the reason why when Big Mama was alive, she had the sway over the community where the black women of today don't have that sway.
So what the French toast is
they ain't got that. They ain't got that. So yeah, we're gonna go here now, and we're gonna start off with these situations right here. I got a few TikToks that I'm gonna start off with first, and we're gonna go here and we're gonna check some things out. It's always gonna be quarters, nickels, and dimes. So let's go here now.
So we're supposed to support Kamala because she's a woman. I was 16 years old when I was groomed, beaten, drugged, coerced, manipulated, and brainwashed by a black woman. So forgive me for being conditioned to elect officials based on their policies and not just what's between their legs. Kamala had one job next to one of the most powerful positions in the world. And instead of protecting our border, she's allowed terrorists and criminals to come into our country and kill our citizens. And now the media wants us to forget who is in charge of securing the border. I call it the woman privilege. The ability to be a complete snake and no one think otherwise.
Yo, hey, listen, look. Listen, look. It is what it is, though. So this is how this young lady's feeling. She said that she was groomed at a certain particular time in her life and things like that. And, it made a difference in her thought process as far as dealing with women. So, hey, listen, look, man. Certain things can't be denied. We're going to keep this situation rolling right here, and we're going to check more things out with this. Let's go here now.
Hey, black man, you voting for Kamala Harris? Because Obama told you to. Let's
talk
about it. So
yeah.
Yesterday, Barack Obama decided it was a good idea to come out of his house, save Kamala Harris's sinking ship in Pittsburgh, and talk shit about Trump for a few minutes, and then gather a bunch of black men behind signage that says black male voters and basically tell them, you better vote for Kamala Harris. The numbers are not looking good.
And to speak upon this, he wasn't even talking to the black men that he was actually standing around. Ding, ding, ding. Yes. He was truly protected in that whole situation right there. So he was actually speaking to the cameras and the things like that. He was projecting to the black men that were going to hear this message because he knew this shit was going to go viral out here. Obama not stupid. He ain't stupid. He knew that what he did right there was going to go viral. So he wasn't talking to the black men that was actually in Kamala Harris's campaign office. He was talking to the rest of us out here. Let's keep going.
Especially amongst the brothers. You guys supported me when I was running, and I expect you to support her. I expect you to vote for Kamala Harris. It's the audacity for me. First of all, you can't tell any black man what to do ever. That's first of all. Second of all, When is he massa? When is he gonna think that he could go in front of a bunch of black men and tell them what to do? Like, is that what we're doing right now? Like, who made him in charge of what black men do or don't do? So the small percentage of black men who were either going to vote for Kamala Harris or were leaning and undecided, but leaning towards her, they're absolutely not going to vote for Kamala Harris.
Yo. And there we go. It's the it's the audacity that you think that we're supposed to be not able to think and process things and stuff like that. Hold on. I'm going to give Obama this right here.
Bitch, you're a Dorito. You was never chose. You're a Dorito, bitch. And you're mad that you're not chose. And you never will be chose.
And that's the thing. And we as black men are not under the same mindset and conditions that we were back in 2009. Things have changed. You know what I'm saying? Especially if you are definitely if you've been part of the YouTube community, things like that, you know what I'm saying? Or, you know, getting information and stuff. Man, life is totally different out here. Life is totally different. Definitely for black men. A lot of black men are not sitting around here sleepwalking like we were 10, 15 years ago, okay? And we're not under the thumb. But I'm going to keep going, and I'm going to tell y'all it's going to get deeper out here.
Now, that doesn't mean they're going to vote for Trump, but they're for sure not voting for her. So whatever their little plan was to like play in the emotions of black people or make black men feel like they can't make their own damn decisions, that backfired. It's all over the internet. Barack Obama, that was a bad move.
Right. That was a bad move. Shout out to her. Yeah. We're going to keep this thing going. And to be honest with you, man, I listen, look, to see the support of so many black women that are coming to the table, speaking out now about, you know, saying, trying to, speaking out about, protecting black men. It's, man, shout out to those sisters.
What the French toast is there to think
Shout
about?
out to my black sisters that understand that black men are no longer going to tolerate this debauchery or this disrespect or this, this plain old simple shit. Now, listen, look, I'm about to go here now and I'm about to show you something. And I'm going to show you this right here. We have a situation with this young lady right here. But obviously, this young lady, if you could tell, she is on a whole nother situation. So I don't know if she's gay, straight. I don't know this. But the thing of this is right here is that with her particular demeanor, she's going to speak on the fact that she's like, black people can't have a Trump flag. So I'm showing dynamics. And, the thing of this is this shit is finna get deep out here. Let's keep going. Let's see what she has to say.
I had a couple people inbox me and say that they were going to unfollow me because I said I wanted a Trump flag.
Mm-hmm.
Don't threaten me with a good time, motherfucker. You think I give a damn if you unfollow me, funky fucker? I don't care. I'm going to get that flag and I'm going to put it right on the back of my window. Damn it. Matter of fact, it ain't even none of your damn business what I put on the back of my window. The fuck? If I want to get Trump tatted on my forehead, I'm going to do it. Fuck are you going to do about it, buzzard? You know what? It's black-hearted buzzards like you that make it hard for people like me. Ain't that a bitch? Don't piss me off today. Now, I'm about to go search for me a flag. I've been told I can get him off the TikTok shop. Let me go get my motherfucking card so I can get me a flag and piss you bitches off.
Hey, so she probably pulling more chicks out here than a lot of you dudes. Hey, but that's neither here nor there. She probably is. But the thing of this is that she is actually in a dynamic to where, we want to sit out here and, she's probably gay. Who knows? Who knows? That's neither here nor there. But the thing of this is that, yes, we could clearly look at this young lady right here. And from the perspective of what we're looking at, she's still actually supporting something. So now, what are we talking about here? We're talking about a situation to where maybe, just maybe, even gay people are waking up and seeing that the economy's fucked up because they want money too. Gay people want money too. We all want money. We all want a stable economy. We all want a decent tax rate, things like that. We all want to live good. Man, listen, look. Hey, times is different out here. Everybody thinking about the dollar. Gay, straight, black, white, Asian, everybody thinking about the dollar. And I get it. And I'm thinking about the dollar too. So, all right, let's go here now. We're about to dive off into a few things here. Oh man, hold on. Listen, look, fellas and ladies, if you're watching me, hold on. I got a couple of things that I want to show you guys. Shout out to everybody out there. Listen, look, y'all hit that like button for me. Show me some love. For real though. Show me some love. Show your favorite broadcaster some love out here on the bottom line. Because it is the bottom line. All right. I got something a little fun for you guys out here. And this is a little skit. And maybe it's a skit, who knows? But Kamala Harris could be creating a doll or something like that. This may be Kamala Harris creating a doll. An action figure is what we used to call it back in the day. So let's see what this action figure has going on right here. Let's go here now.
Who needs personality when you can switch who you are at the push of a button?
Swish Kamala.
Oh, hello, young lady. Quite a marvelous day, isn't it?
Why does she talk so weird? Let me play with her.
Well, hey there, little nugget. I'm going to be the first black female president of the United States of America.
Man, this doll sucks.
Accent Switch Kamala can emulate any accent you like, as long as it grants her credibility.
Bonjour, tu aimes les croissants?
Merde américaine.
Guten Tag, Sie lieben ein Bratwurst? Ufta, 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 da.
Luke, I am your mother.
Sid, Swish Kamala. That's right.
But wait, there's more. All new Accent Switch Kamala comes with 2 bags of campaign money, a blind eye for illegal immigration, and her own multi-laugh 3000 generator. Laugh in every way possible. Let Accent Switch Kamala turn your life into a complete circus.
When you give me more money, like Uncle Joey did.
Don't you wear a little mad? The money's coming.
I don't understand.
Oh, excuse me, honey.
I meant to say, the money is coming. I love ice cream, Kamala Map.
It's Accent Switch Kamala and brand new Tampon Tim.
You know, my grandma always used to say, Kamala Janu, please wash your hands so we can eat our chicken masala.
It's Sid, Swish Kamala.
What the fuck?
So what the French toast is there to think about?
Stop it! Oh my god! What the fuck? Woo! Man, I didn't watch that the whole way through. I just checked it out just enough to give you guys something. Man, wow. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Oh my goodness. Did they not get Kamala Harris? Hold on. That's Ukraine right there. That's you. What? What is going on? Hold on. I want to get the picture. Tim. Oh my god. Hey. Y'all want to talk about Kamala Black, right? Kamala Black. That's her grandma right there.
So what the French toast is there to think about?
Woo! Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, man. Hey, you can't make this shit up out here. Wow, you can't make this shit up. Lord have mercy, man. Woo, man. That hurt my lungs to laugh that hard. I ain't laughed that hard in a long time. So yeah, that's what's going on now. All right. So we got a couple of things here. I'm gonna go here now. Let's check this one out from this young lady right here. She had a lot to say about the situation about you know, women and their voting situation. So let's go here now. Let's see what she had to say.
Democrat women that find me disgusting for voting for Trump, I find you disgusting for so many things. So the feeling is mutual, okay? The feeling is mutual. You disgust me, Democrat women, for being anti-women. You guys are snakes. You don't defend Title IX. You don't defend Riley Gaines. Your whole party voted against protecting women's sports. You murder your own children. Let that sink in. And then you want me to be friends with you? Why would I want to be a friend with a Democrat woman that murders her own children? Okay, I don't want to be near you with a 10-foot pole, and neither do these alpha males. And that's why the only ones that are impregnating you are probably beta losers that can't be a father, just like you cannot be a mother, because both of y'all are heartless. They're weak as a man, and you're weak as a woman. And I don't want to be your friend. So you disgust me. You betray women. You guys are snakes, and you would prefer to murder babies than Americans first.
Yeah. Hey, hold on here. Hold on. Hey, she said it. I didn't. Man, that is wild. Okay, then. Okay. Listen, look, we're going to keep this thing going. And we have to see what these women and men have to say about these situations. So, all right, then. Let's go here now. And let's check this out.
This message is for President Obama. First and foremost, you're not going to tell me what I'm going to do and what I'm not going to do. Number one, I ain't going to vote for Kamala Harris. I think that she's going to make a bad president. She's a bad vice president. Everything she does, she tries to politicize it. And she hasn't shown the fact that she wants to put America first ever. So I'm not voting for that individual. Secondly, I think that it's really sad that you would come out against black men and actually degrade them because they're not picking the person that you want them to vote for. All right. And the last thing that I'm going to say is the moment that I became a Republican and a conservative, that is when I got the most hate from the opposite party. All right. Being that I'm a conservative, being that I'm a Republican, I've always been accepted. For the little bit of time that I may have been liberal, I never heard anything from the Republicans. They never came out and called me slanderous things. They never came out and called me racist things. The only time that I ever started hearing things about my skin color and about, racism or whatever was when I became a Republican. And that was from Democrats that were saying that. So no, I'm not going to be voting for who you want me to vote for. I'm going to do what I want as a man, and I'm going to be the man that I am. So you don't get to say anything.
Yo, hey, listen, look, he said what he had to say out there. Shout out to him, real talk for real. Listen, look. It's a lot going on here. It's a lot going on. I got a couple of more. And I want to, matter of fact, I want to go here and I want to see what this sister has to say. Because, you know what I'm saying? It's men and women, especially in the black community, that are making these decisions out here. And let's go here now. Let's check this out. All right. Let's see what she has to say.
Let me guess. Obama was the last spade in the deck that y'all tried to play us with? Just in case y'all missed the memo, don't nobody give a fuck about Barack Obama. Now is the time for black people to speak and think for themselves. We do not need anybody speaking or thinking for us. This whole election season has been nothing but black people trying to get other black people to think like them. Let us think for ourselves. Let us decide who we want to be president. Y'all brainwashed us long enough with nothing but bad, negative things about Donald Trump. But the part y'all fail to realize, there are black people here that pay attention to actions, not just what y'all are saying. We did that long enough. This Obama situation did nothing but reminded me of that minority woman that was sent to these public schools to tell children horrible things about Donald Trump. Let us decide on our own. Y'all can no longer get in our brains and tell us what to do. We are voting for who we want to vote for.
Hey, shout out to that. Listen, look. Shout out to that. Yes, the voting process is going to work a little bit more different in today's time.
Shots fired! Shots fired!
It's going to work a little bit different here now. So these are the things here. I got a couple more, and hold on. Let me see. Let's play this gentleman here and see what he has to say.
If anything, you need to say thank you to Obama. You need to tell Obama thank you for waking up black people to what the Democrat Party has been about all of this time. Did you know back in the day when slavery was here, they used to send out other black slaves to retrieve their property? Did you know that? That's what they did. They would send out other black slaves to retrieve their property. And that's exactly the same thing they did here with Obama. Obama is not for black people. He's for controlling black people.
Hey, you know, listen, look. A lot of y'all don't understand because a lot of our history is not really taught in these schools. The thing of this is right now, and I'm going to be honest with you, it was a time before time. Black people were the leading factors in the Republican Party.
So what the French toast is there to think about?
You don't believe me? Don't believe me? Look it up. Don't believe me? Look it up. I'm telling you now. I'm telling you now. Black people were a part of the Republican Party for the longest, especially after slavery. It is what it is. I'm telling you right now. All right. So we're going to see what this sister has to say a little bit, and then we're going to keep going.
I really truly think that our government thinks that Americans are stupid. Like, I mean, like really, really stupid. In that we do not research, that we don't look into things, that we just accept whatever it is that they give us and be okay with it. Because how many people are actually going to the Federal Register and checking out the executive orders that our presidents have signed and the ones that they have also revoked? Because until today, I was under the impression that a lot of things that were signed as executive orders by Biden were his. And I was also not aware that a lot of executive orders that Trump signed when he was in office that really benefited our country, that benefited minorities, that benefited women, that benefited protection of our children and our border, were not only signed into law by him, but were revoked by Biden soon as he got in office. And I'm talking about as soon as January 20th. Perfect example. I remember how Biden was always talking about how he is the one who lowered prescription costs and the cap on insulin. That was false. Trump did that first. Let me just make that clear. He also signed an executive order that we have something called safe policing for safe Americans that was not only supposed to make sure that the police were doing their fucking job, but that they were held accountable if they were doing more than they were supposed to do when it comes to, racially profiling people, abusing their powers as police officers, that they were held accountable if they did those things.
See, that's where it breaks down to with that immunity of the police that everybody trying to sit around here and be like, well, Trump trying to give police officers immunity and shit. No. The thing of it is, with that situation, real talk, when the immunity kicks in, that means it's for the people or the officers that actually went by the codes and the direct things that they supposed to go by and things like that. It's not for the officers that go rogue.
So what the French toast is there to think about?
It's not for the police that go rogue. Because listen, look, we got good and bad in any situation. You got good and bad police. So, the thing of this is, it's protections in place for the good police officers that's going to distinguish them from the bad police officers that decide to go rogue. That's what this meaning. And I'm never for defunding the police. Why would I want to defund any type of protection that we need in this country? Because we got a lot going on. Aurora, listen, look, the Venezuelan gangs, all that type of stuff. Yeah, we need police officers to manage that situation. But listen, look, it is what it is.
He revoked that law. He revoked it. There was also my favorite one, which was about gender and racial stereotyping. He signed that shit and he revoked it, which is probably how we ended up getting the DEI, because it's damn near really kind of the same thing. The only difference with DEI is it includes gender fluidity. Not bullshit. I literally sat there and watched how this man pretty much took and revoked a majority of the things that Trump put into place. He revoked the shit, and then when you go to his executive orders, he takes something similar, only rename it, but it be the same shit, and he claim it as his own that he signed into law. The shit.
Yo. And that's how they do. That's how they do. Go back, watch all the policy stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Pause what I just showed you guys and things like that. And, you know what I'm saying, read upon it and look it up. All right. So let's see. All right. We're going to go here now. And yes, we're going to continue this situation. Hold on. I got to clear a lot of things out here. Mad love to all my subscribers out there. Listen, look, hit that like button out there for me. Hit that like button out there for me. Show me some love. You know what I'm saying? Show me some love out there. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm showing you love back. And yeah. I got nothing but love for all you guys out there. And we're gonna save the good stuff for the end. And I will have Brother Dennis Sperling, famous lawyer, real talk, you know what I'm saying, friend of Kevin Samuels. I will have Dennis Sperling in the broadcast room. So, you know what I'm saying? Y'all stay tuned for that. That's going to be the major point of, Big Mama is gone and black men are free. Real talk. That's going to be the major point. So y'all stay tuned and we're going to dive off into that later on. But we're going to go here now and we're going to check out a few things about this situation where Obama, really just fucking spilt the damn beans and shit. And he made he really made a fool of himself trying to chastise everybody and things like that. You know what I'm saying? And we're going to get to the comments. Hold on here. Hold on. Hold on here. Let's see. Hold on. Let's see. Obama's going to learn sometimes it's good to shut the fuck up. Hey, listen, look. It is what it is. I don't know if I can't even pronounce it. I can't even pronounce the name right now, but at the end of the day, if you're still watching and you see that I posted your comment, you know what I'm saying? Listen, look, yeah, he gonna learn to shut the fuck up, but at the end of the day, though, now he knows to shut the fuck up. His sway does not work anymore. It's not working. Because like I said, real talk, Big Mama is dead. And this newer generation, which, look, I'm in my early 40s and things like that. And I grew up in a day and time back in the day when we had, I remember the Big Mama era and things like that with black men, and we had a large amount of respect for those black women and things like that. And so to be honest with you, my grandmother is still alive right now. You know what I'm saying? She's 101, things like that. So, she's, I still have that within my family. But the thing of this is yes, a lot of the black community doesn't have those big mamas and stuff like that out there anymore. They died off years ago. So, the women after them do not consider themselves like that. They don't cook, they don't do the things that bring the family together in the dynamics that they should be doing, because that's what keeps the family together. And a lot of women don't understand is that they're cooking and they're cleaning and all that type of stuff. And I know in today's society that seems minuscule, but the family, the younger women and men and in the family, to look at that and to see that woman doing that, and saying, because she's the elder, the reason why we did respect those elder women and things like that is because they help to carry on the community. They help to pass on the legacies and things like that. And I'm really trying to search for the proper word, because the thing of this is it's need to be said. Jesus Christ. They actually made sure that the proper culture in the black community got passed down, where after Big Mama, the culture no longer could get passed down, because it, at that point, a lot of women, dipped out of the culture. They forsake the culture and things like that. And they didn't want to have anything to do with with that anymore, because they seemed like, that was oppressive and stuff like that. And, but it wasn't oppressive. They had a duty. But the fact that they had a duty to pass things on was the oppressive side with a lot of black women. And they didn't want to, do that anymore, because it was oppressive to have to stabilize yourself, not have all this, hot girl summer and do all these things that you really wanted to do, just like the men in the family had aspects and stuff like that. They wanted to do certain things too, but they buckled down and they provided for the families and things like that. Regardless, and things were never perfect. Things were never perfect, and it's never going to be perfect. But the thing of this is that when we had these problems and issues and stuff like that, you know what I'm saying? Like they worked them out and stuff like that, because both sides, both the men and the women, knew that it was a bigger picture at stake, and they wanted the bigger picture to prevail versus their own selfish aspects. So, So yeah, all right. We're about to keep diving. Oh man, we're about to keep diving. Shout out to all my subscribers out there. Listen, look, man, y'all hit that like button for me. I told y'all it's gonna be shots fired. Shots fired. It's gonna be shots fired in this particular situation. So yeah. All right. Hold on. We are about to go here now. And let's go to MSNBC and see what's going on here.
concerns that the Harris-Walz campaign needs to do more to appeal to men voters. The New York Times poll finds 51% of likely male voters said that they would cast a ballot for Donald Trump if the election were held today. Only 40% said they would vote for Kamala Harris. In an effort to mobilize men in Midwestern states, Governor Walz traveled to Michigan earlier today for an event with black men, then attended tonight's football game at Mankato West High School in Minnesota, where he taught and was a football coach. Tomorrow, Governor Walz will go out on an early morning hunt with a group of outdoor content creators in Sleepy Eye, Minnesota. The Harris campaign has enlisted several high-profile men in recent days to help engage male voters to turn out to vote. Magic Johnson spoke directly to black men at a rally in Michigan last week.
Our black men, we got to get them out to vote. That's number one. Kamala's opponent promised a lot of things last time to the black community that he did not deliver on. And
Okay. He did not deliver on. Hold on. If you go back in the video that I showed you with the young lady on TikTok, I mean, no, that was Twitter. She gave the stats and things like that Trump did deliver on, that was covered up, and you know what I'm saying, it was manifested in a different way. But listen, look, my problem is here. And like I've said in previous other broadcasts that I've done on, all these entertainers, Plies, DL, all this type of stuff. Listen, look, my thing of this is that these people that are entertainers just keep entertaining us. That's your lane. You allow these politicians to pull you in to something that you ought not need to be in, real talk, and think that you're going to have the sway that you think that you have. No.
So what the French toast is there to think about?
No. We are tired of the rhetoric. We're tired of the trying to manipulate. And see, this is the thing here. A lot of black men especially are not going anymore. That's the reason why people don't understand that we're not under the thumb of black women anymore, because we see what has gone on in this society nowadays. It's a whole difference. Big Mama was a whole different woman than women are today. Let's keep going.
And we got to make sure we help black men understand that.
If you've been waiting for the right time to send a donation.
Yeah, they're popping up. Okay, we're going to keep going. It's commercials now.
Former President Barack Obama yesterday at a Harris campaign office in Pittsburgh.
We have not yet seen the same kinds of energy and turnout in all quarters of our neighborhoods and communities as we saw when I was running.
Okay, I'm gonna keep going because let's keep going.
Democratic presidential candidates in the last few decades, surpassed only by black women. And some have argued that Obama's tough talk to black men voters is misguided and should be directed toward white men and women, since large majorities of white men and a smaller majority of white women voted for Donald Trump in 2020. But in a country that is divided and in an election that is as close as this is, every voter matters. Reaching out to and hearing every voter matters, whether it's black men or union members, as we mentioned, or Muslim and Arab voters in Michigan or Latino voters in North Carolina. So right now, we're going to check in with the organizer of Win with Black Men, my old friend Roland Martin, host of the Roland Martin Unfiltered Digital Show. He's also the author of the book, White Fear, How the Browning of America is Making White Folks Lose Their Minds. Roland, you and I have been...
All right, so we're going to get to Roland Martin and see what he has to say for a second. And yeah. All right, here we go.
talking about people who have valid reasons to feel a bit disenfranchised or ignored for a really long time, for many, many, many years. And your thing is always, if you have beef, you got to vote. And you should probably vote for those whom you are likely to have the greatest influence over so you can change the way they do business. What's your take right now on this black men conversation?
First of all, I think it's a ridiculous conversation. It reminds me when Stacey Abrams was running for governor of Georgia, and when the election was over, you actually saw the data, and it didn't bear out. The reality is black men are the number 2 largest voting bloc for Democrats. And then when you heard President Obama there talk about the numbers, well, here's what he's talking about. In 2008, 95% of black men voted for then Senator Barack Obama, 5% voted for the Republicans. But here's the thing. In 2012, 11% of black men voted GOP compared to 87% for Obama. So Obama sort of forgets that he lost 6 points because black men felt he didn't do enough. And so what you're seeing in the data, you saw that in 2016. I was one of the people who was yelling in 2012, Democrats better pay attention. Allie, what Democratic white strategists, I'm being very specific here, are not doing is they're not listening to the black people who are in the party. They're not listening to the people who are on the staff. And they don't understand that the black voter has changed. The further you get away from the black civil rights movement, African Americans less self-identify. So guess what? You got to court black people. You got to talk.
And that's the generation that's up under the millennials. I'm an early millennial, so that's the generation that's after us. Yes, I do agree with Roland Martin on this particular point right here. The further that you do get away from the civil rights movement, the further away that the black people have gone. And this is also due to the fact that we don't have the structure in the families. Also, real talk, that the generations previous of millennials had. And that's where Big Mama came in at. And, you know what I'm saying? Like, we had the situation where Big Mama was actually controlling things in our households back in those days, right after slavery. Here we go. I want to show y'all this real quick.
So let me just say this. You know, I think that she certainly does have a problem with men because misogyny is a real thing in this
And
country.
not just black
I
men,
don't think
white
black
men
men are
and
the
black
problem.
men. Yeah.
Black men are not the problem. Black men are used to matriarchy. Okay, black men are used to black women being the heads of the family, black grandmothers raising them. They are used to that.
Yes. And that's what used to go on. Black women used to actually run the culture and run the dynamics. That was after slavery, because like I said earlier in the game, early in the broadcast, basically, you know what I'm saying, after slavery, or during slavery and things like that, black women had to give the sympathy and stuff like that to save their sons, from the whoopings of the master, save their sons from the lynchings and things like that. Black women had to do that back then. And that can't be denied, because at the end of the day, though, that's what, you know, what was going on. And be honest with you, whether we like this or not, even the white masters and all that type of stuff, they used to, you know, say, have a little sympathy for women, period. They had sympathy for women, period. Like, seriously.
So what the French toast is there to think about?
Whether she was black or white, they had sympathy for women, period. All right, let's keep going. Let's check this out a little bit more.
Talk to them. You got to spend more. You can't simply assume that you're going to reach the black voter in 2024 the same way you did in 1984, 1994, 2008.
Do black men have a particular, as far as you can tell, because you talk to them a lot, do they have a particular thing that they want addressed by Kamala Harris or by either of the candidates?
To actually repeat the question, because the control room was talking to another guest.
Sorry.
I couldn't hear
Is there a particular complaint that you've seen from the increasing percentage of black men who might not vote for Kamala Harris? Is there something that they want that will cause them to come back over?
First of all, they want to be listened to. You need to be asking them, what do you care about? And then what you have to understand is that you can't talk to all black men the same.
Right.
You can't talk to black men with just thinking it's all criminal justice reform, because there are some of us who've never been in trouble with the law. You can't talk to all about economics. She's actually doing that. But what also has to happen is on her campaign, I would urge her top campaign officials, listen to Senator LaFonza Busler, listen to Cedric Richmond, listen to Congressman Stephen Horsford, listen to Congressman Jim Clyburn, listen to Terrence Woodbury. You have African Americans who understand the data, who know how to communicate. Many of these ads, I was looking at a story today about Future Forward. They're running ads targeting black folks, and I'm sitting there going, but do they resonate? You have to
listen, look, you know what I'm saying? To be honest with you, Roland Martin, I really don't just rock with Roland Martin, but he had a good point. He had a couple of good points here. Couple of good points. You know, couple of good points. Yes, you know what I'm saying? They definitely need to listen to black men, understand that it's a new day out here. Things are not going to work the same. We're no longer under the thumb of black women in our culture, because, you know what I'm saying, black women no longer want to promote the culture. They don't want to protect the culture. So, you know, and these are just the facts. New age black women they're no longer wanting to protect the culture. They have their own agendas. They have their own issues. They have their own things, and they do no longer want to protect the culture.
So what the French toast is there to think about?
You old fish-eyed fool.
And these are just the facts. These are the facts. Black women do no longer want to protect the culture and pass the culture down. So it's over with as far as the culture. And these are just facts and things like that. You know what I'm saying? I hate it, but it is the truth. And that's just the reality and things like that. So, all right. We're going to keep going, and we're going to keep diving deeper into the aspect of this situation. Obama set off a fucking firestorm out here with black men in today's society. And obviously he wasn't reading the room. I don't know whether or not he had the proper information and things like that from his team and stuff to figure it out and try to make sure that he knew what he needed to know and things like that. But yeah, though, that's on his team. That's for his team and things like that to figure out. But he had no business coming out here with the way that he came out here, trying to use that same old trope and those same old talking points and think that those things are going to work. Obviously, you know, he's not aware of the red pill. He's not aware of MGTOW, things like that. And I know that these are situations that, you know, a lot of people are not wanting to deal with, but these are just the truths. And men, period, especially black men, we're moving different. We're moving different. Big Mama is gone. Big Mama is gone. And we did respect Big Mama because Big Mama had grace. Big Mama had secrecy. Big Mama had understanding that she could not be out in the world or in society, you know, just spilling her flaws all over the damn place. Big Mama at least had grace. Even if Big Mama was cheating or Big Mama was doing what she needed to do, if Big Daddy was, you know what I'm saying, moving around, stuff like that, and, you know, Papa was a Rolling Stone and stuff, you know, but, you know, Big Mama still had secrecy. And you know, even men back in the day, they had a little secrecy too. But the thing of this is that, you know, ladies carried themselves in a certain type of light, and they knew that in order to keep things going properly and in the community and keep passing on legacy or the culture, they had to keep themselves in a certain type of light. But you know, women in the Black culture no longer want to do that, and it is what it is. So we're at this point. So all right, we're about to keep going, and we're about to check more things out. Let's see what's being said about this situation, about how things are going down. Obama, yeah, you started a shitstorm out here. Seriously. Let's keep going.
Is Obama in the wrong here with how he's talking about Black men in particular and singling them out in this way?
Yeah, let's start from here. He is still the greatest living retail politician. He's objectively a top 15 president, but even he can swing and miss sometimes. And here he swung and missed. Here's what he did. Harris has been very strategic about when and how she's spoken about gender and race. And he stepped on that. And when she hasn't spoken about it, he stepped on that message. And I think also with those comments, and there's more to this, but let me just start with this, is that he forgets, at least in that moment, that she doesn't get the benefit of being a historic first the way he did. She's a
And maybe
historic
that-
first woman if she
maybe
wins.
that's part of the problem. That's what he's
Yeah.
saying.
And
Why doesn't she get the benefit?
Well, first of all, we have to remember that this is a thing. Like Barack Obama has a history of kind of chastising specifically Black men, and like the question is whether what he said is relevant, right? Because there are
Okay. Let's go here now. Let's speak upon this. Why she doesn't get the benefit that Barack Obama gets. Well, had. This is the point. No. I don't care what nobody like to say. I don't care how nobody feels about what I'm finna say and things like this. You know what I'm saying? Even women, and we showed these factors earlier with women that I showed you guys. At the end of the day, even women want men to be leaders.
Thank me in the morning.
You ain't right, man.
Oh, I'm right. You'll see.
Even women want men to be leaders. At the end of the day, women do not like to lead men. This is the point. I'm sorry. Now, I'm not saying that, you know, all women, this and that. We do have, you know, situations in the game that at the end of the day, you have some women that are, you know, they like to move a certain way, stuff like that. But the mass majority of women like it when men actually lead. And this is the reason why the numbers are being, you know, this is the reason why the voting numbers are going the way that they're going. It's not just men. It's women also out here voting a certain type of way. Because they could clearly see, you know, women know women, and they clearly see how Kamala is moving. So it's not a game out here. Women know how women move.
You know, a few Black men, like there are a few white men who are more conservative than Black women, and more white men are conservative than white women. But the point is, does this work, right? And there's no evidence that it's true or that it works. And he doesn't do that with, like, you've never heard him say, you know, why don't you white women stop being racist and vote for me or Kamala Harris? Or they don't talk to Hispanic voters or LGBTQ voters. It's only specifically Black men that he takes this tact that doesn't work.
Before she starts, yes, they didn't talk to They didn't talk to white men. They didn't talk to Hispanic men. They didn't talk to the white or Hispanic women. They didn't talk to the LGBTQ community. He came out and he specifically said that he wanted to talk to black men specifically out here. And that's just the case.
Why do you think that is?
Because you know why.
No,
Because
tell me.
the second most loyal, the most progressive group of men on the planet, they don't care about. They assume that they have their vote and they don't have to do anything for it. And the point of this is that if you don't vote for Kamala Harris and you're a black man, something must be wrong with you. That is the subtext of everything that they're saying.
Well, this is what I would say to this, because I was there when the NABJ interviewed Kamala Harris in Philadelphia. And what Kamala Harris said then was that you asked that question with the assumption that black men are in somebody's pocket. You can't make that assumption. Black men are just like any other group. They have their interests, and I'm working to get their vote. I don't expect to get it because I am black. I am working to get their vote. And that is what she said. And so I think we have to focus on what she said about black men. And I think.
But how is she working to get our vote? What policies is she putting into place to get our vote? What is she saying that she's going to do specifically for black men? Because every other race has gotten specific situations. So what is she specifically going to do for us? Because at the end of the day, though, the reason why they're moving like they're moving now is because, black men have been voting Democrat for over 60 years now. We haven't gotten anything specifically for us, but at the same time, though, too, kicked out of our homes, maneuvered around, drugs being put in our neighborhoods and things like that, diminishing us, setting us back. And then also we're having to come back from that. And then we're having to move forward and things like that. And so what is the game plan here? What specifically tangible that you're going to do for us? Are you going to protect our jobs? Which you can't do that if you're bringing in the illegals. Are you going to, make strategical plans to make sure that we have things that are actually going to promote us to get better housing? Make sure that we have the right jobs that we need to have if we're qualified for set jobs. Are you going to, promote the fact that, we need to have proper families in our homes? Which meaning that, if we don't want the government in our business, that you're going to escape that? What are you going to do? What strategical plan is in place specifically for black men in this country that hasn't been there for all these decades? Because we've been given the Democratic vote for decades now. Foolishly at that. Real talk. With no basically with no substance for us, with no plan for us, basically, as black men. All right.
I think we also have to focus on the fact that most black men are going to vote for Kamala Harris anyway. That is the reality. But I think that in talking to black people every day, which I do as a radio host, I've heard some black men say, I'm not voting for her because she is a woman. I have heard that. And I think that is reprehensible. I got to be honest.
So he's heard it. I mean,
okay. Now, to speak upon that, yes, there are black men out there that will say that. Also, There's white men that are saying that, Indian, Chinese, all the different cultures in America of men, Latin men, all types of stuff. Yes, we do have men that would just not vote for women like that on this particular point. And these are just facts. But the thing of this is that has to be accepted. They have the right to not vote for who they don't want to vote for. Everybody has the right to not vote for who they don't want to vote for. And that's what Obama came in with this, rhetoric. All right, let's go.
Are we, when I say we, I mean the collective we as the country, afraid to just talk about a thing?
I think
is
you can
Obama
talk
saying,
about it, but
is
if
he
you're
calling a
summoning
thing a
Barack
thing?
Obama to fix a problem, you have to wonder if this fixes a problem. If I am interested in getting Kamala Harris elected, then I am upset because he hurt the thing, the strategy that she was employing to win.
Well, I think part of what has to happen though is that you have to have that conversation in private. There are some things you talk about in the barbershop when there's no cameras, right? There's some things that you talk about at home. There's some things that are family business. And I think the mistake that Barack Obama made was to take family business in the street.
I didn't have a problem.
Okay, first off, this is the business right here, and we all know this. And in this climate right here, after 2020, the large amount of men are not going to barbershops anymore like that. Not collectively built up. You know what I'm saying? And then at the same time, though, too, you're talking about having those conversations with families. Families in the Black community are not mass. We have a lot of single parent homes and stuff like that in Black communities. We don't have a lot of family units in the Black community. That's the reason why the Black community is basically destroyed. I mean, All right. So on this next point, the thing of this is that, we as men are just now, getting back in touch and talking to each other, due to the internet and things like that. But the thing of this is what he's saying. It's not going to work that way with the barbershop talk and stuff like that anymore. A lot of men don't go to church, especially Black men. We don't go to church. We don't congregate like that anymore. You know what I'm saying? The times have changed. Things are moved around, and it's just not going to work like that anymore. Let's keep going a little bit further. Let's check some more things out.
Shaming voters is a terrible idea. It was bad when Hillary Clinton did it with deplorables. It was bad when Mitt Romney did it on the eve of the election. Even if there's a grain of truth to it and there's the occasional radio caller that's going to admit to that sentiment, let's actually look at the fact that Biden was struggling with Black voters, and that was a topic of conversation over and over again. So it's not about sexism.
Hold on one second. Let me take a look at this. Let's take a look at the numbers, because I think just to see what we're talking about here. There's been a progressive decline in overall support among Black men and, to a lesser degree, Black women for the.
Okay, so 2012. 79 plus, 93 plus, and y'all see the dynamics of this situation right now. Clinton, yeah, and that was when Hillary Clinton was running. So it is what it is. All right, let's keep going.
The Democratic nominee, Biden was doing better among Black men than Harris appears to be right now, based on some of the better polling that looks at these demographics. So I guess the other part of this is, you're talking about keep the business private. You're saying he's messing up the strategy, but the numbers are the numbers. And he's trying to fix a numerical problem that she has, a math problem that she has.
Right. I agree with most of what you were saying, Solomon. I don't think the problem is that he spoke it out loud. I think the problem is that he singled out Black men. In other words, there is a sexism component to this race. There was a sexism component to the Hillary Clinton, Donald Trump race. Right. If Trump wins, he will have only ever beaten women. I can't give you a number, but sexism is in the mix here. But it's not Black men specifically. I think it's men. not black men. And
Well-
that I think is where part of where Obama went wrong.
And I think we also have to look at numbers and actual statistics, right? Because all of those reliable polling has a small demographic of black men. You're talking about most of them poll at most 40, 50 black men, right?
Well,
And-
I don't think this in this particular case, just to be clear about what we were looking at there, the exit polls were from the actual elections that we had, and then the Pew polling, Pew looks more closely at specific demographics,
Right.
and they do that in a way that we, as a news organization, deem to be a reliable way of looking at this. Not every poll is reliable, but we think this one is.
And when you remember now, we had the same conversation 2 years ago about Stacey Abrams. Why won't black men support Stacey Abrams? And after the election was over, we saw the numbers, and black men in Georgia, where I live, supported Stacey Abrams at higher rates than they supported Biden. So we have this narrative, and then you have the truth, and you have this conjecture and
But the
this
candidates
anecdotal
are
evidence.
speaking with their actions. Kamala Harris next week is sitting down with Charlemagne the God to talk to black men. They're being explicit about it. And
she should.
But, right. So let me play for you what happened on Charlemagne's show yesterday.
But can she really sit down and talk? Yeah. All right. But can she really sit down and talk? But can she really sit down and talk? And these are the things that we're talking about right now. All right. Hold on here. Listen, look. I need to take a quick break and things like that. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to all my subscribers out there.
So what the French toast is there to think about?
Yeah. I need to take me a quick break. I'll be right back.
Tell me, JR, which slut are you going to stay with tonight?
What difference does it make? Whoever it is, it's got to be more interesting than the slut I'm looking at right now.
I'm with the SHRC. That's Save a Horse, Ride a Cowboy. You know what I'm saying?
So what do you want?
We're going to get your name and your Instagram. We're going to get you on the Cowboy as soon as possible, you know?
You gonna get us on a cowboy?
Yeah.
This a date. Is it?
Yeah. And I'm the Cowboy.
Are you a cowboy?
Of course. Howdy.
Okay, you are handsome.
Thank you. I appreciate y'all. Are very pretty yourselves, too. You know what I'm saying? All the people that do it.
Oh, I'm sorry. What name would it be?
Sleep season.
Sleep season.
Sleep season. Yeah, that's sleep season.
So y'all trying to put us, so y'all
Put you
trying
down
to
real
rope us like them cows, some baby cows and calves.
Oh, you into that bondage, huh? That
You kind of strong.
Yo, what's good? I am back. I am back, and you know what I'm saying? These bats is flying out here. You know what I'm saying? Over here, you know, we got a lot of bats and things like that nowadays and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? But hey, it is what it is. Hold on here. What Kamala had to say?
So I'm not gonna sit here and say I'm gonna do something that's only gonna benefit black people. No.
Yeah, she ain't finna do nothing. So it is what it is, though, man. Hey, listen, look, you know what I'm saying? We're about to get back into it. And the thing of this is yes, we have situations here to where We got huge problems. We got huge problems and things like that. And yeah, we're gonna keep this broadcast going. Shout out to all my subscribers. Hit that like button out there. Hit that like button out there. You know, and things like that. You know what I'm saying? Mad love to y'all. Hit that like button out there.
You can't make this shit up.
Yes, you can't make this shit up. Hit that like button for me. All right, let's see. Hold on. Hold on. Let's see. Christ is the King. Folks must like. Yes. Yes. I can definitely agree with that. The situation is that during this administration that we're dealing with right now, they try to get as many illegals in as possible and things like that for future purposes. And see, this is what we're talking about out here, okay? Which, you know, a lot of black people, not even just black people, a lot of native born Americans. I'm gonna put it this way. A lot of native born Americans, black, white, Latinos, a lot of native born people, a lot of native born Americans need to understand that yes, they're bringing they brought over these individuals for future purposes and stuff like that to revive the Democratic Party. I really think that at this point right now, I really think that they've put Kamala in a position to lose. She's not meant to win in this election. We have to think about the future with this election. And I think that at the end of the day, you know what I'm saying, by them putting her in this situation and things like that, you know, she's not meant to really win this, of course. And it's going to be a future thought process because they've allowed so many illegals to come in on such a mass standpoint. Till at the end of the day, though, you know, even if Trump gets in there, it's going to be an issue with, you know, excommunicating so many people, so many of the illegals out of this country till we won't be able to just get them all, especially if we have a situation to where a woman come over here and she has a kid on American soil. Because the thing of this is about our country, you know, even if a woman comes over here illegally and once she has a kid on American soil, that child automatically is an American. So that's going to be the issue with, you know, a lot of the factors and stuff like that that we're going to have to deal with in this country and stuff like that. Hold on. Let me keep going. Check on a few things. Let's see. Okay, Chris. Okay. I can dig it. You know what I'm saying? But see though, okay. What I just explained about the situation, about the way that our laws and things like that work, you know what I'm saying, is and it's the truth. It is the truth. Let's see. Oh no, the kids got to go too. Okay, and I did just explain that, and this is the truth. Listen, look, once a foreigner comes over here, and these are facts. These are facts. Once they come over here, and if they give birth, if a foreign woman gives birth on American soil, that child is an American citizen. That it's nowhere around that. and the things of that. And that's the reason why, they allowed the borders to open and stuff like that. That's the reason why also too that it wasn't for the military age men that came over here at the prisons of Venezuela or anything like that. The reason why they allowed the borders to be open for so long like this is because they wanted they wanted to try to get women over here that were pregnant already and things like that to have birth on American soil, and they could have babies on American soil, which would naturally make those children American citizens. And that's just how it goes. That's just how it goes. Once you get a foreign woman and she's over here in America and she has birth to a child on American soil, that child is automatically an American citizen. So yeah, imagine you bringing in thousands of immigrants and stuff like that, or migrants, however you want to put it, whatever terms you want to use. And you know what I'm saying? They come over here and she gives birth to a child on American soil. That child is a natural American citizen. That's just how that's going to work. All right. All right. Hold on. I ain't no way you can rob the bank and keep the money. It's possible. They need to change that back, and that's corrupt. What are you talking about? They need to change back. Are you talking about the as far as women being able to have babies, the foreign women come over here and have babies, or what are you talking about? Christ the King. What are you talking about? That they need to change back. Yes, I can agree with you. Lately, they have been giving them, especially in these sanctuary cities, New York, Chicago, out there in LA. Oh well, not LA, but California. Period. They've been giving these illegals a lot of leeway out here and things like that. So hold on. Okay, you said yes. Yes to what? Yes to what? What I was saying about, hold on. Okay. Yes, to the babies becoming citizens. Yeah. I mean, that's always been in our country. That's already been in our country for the longest. So yeah, that's I get what you're saying though. We need to regulate our laws. I mean, shit, be honest with you, bro. Like, we need to regulate our laws about the system and period. The system about marriage and also child support. We need to rearrange a lot of shit over here, and we got a lot of problems. We got a lot of problems. But as far as with the illegal situation, yeah, it is what it is on that. It is what it is on that. Yeah, we definitely do. Yeah, we definitely do. All right. So yeah, we're about to keep this thing moving forward out here. Shout out to all my subscribers. Mad love to y'all. So yeah, I gotta keep this thing going because at the end of the day, though, you know what I'm saying, we got a lot that we're gonna cover with this situation. And yeah, it's going to be a serious situation here. because this is the time and we're on MSNBC and we're going to see what they have to say. Let's keep it going now. Quarters, nickels, and dimes, people.
Back with me now, more friends, Amisha Cross and Brendan Buck. So, Amisha, on Tuesday, Kamala Harris is going to sit down with Charlemagne the God on his very popular Breakfast Club radio show. A new New York Times poll confirms other recent surveys that Harris has been losing support among Black voters, especially among young men. Let's take a listen to some of former President Obama's pretty stern words at those voters at a Pittsburgh campaign office on Thursday. Here's that.
And you're thinking about sitting out and you're coming up.
Okay. We've heard Obama's speech to a degree. I'm trying to save that for later because I got Brother Dennis Sperling, and he's going to speak upon a lot of things here. And we're going to get into the Big Mama situation. And we're going to explain the dynamics of what Big Mama meant in the Black culture. So let's go here now. Let's get this.
On to these pretty blunt, direct words. I mean, what else should Harris be doing to appeal to young Black men?
No, I don't think that that is the message that is going to move young Black men or Black men broadly. What we do know is that Black men, in terms of the exit polls that we've seen in election after election, they vote a good 3 to 4 percentage points variance from Black women. Black people holistically are the largest body of support for the Democratic Party and have been for some time. So I do think that a lot of this ire is misplaced.
Right. That has been the large amount of voter support for the Democratic Party since the early 1960s. And LBJ said that at the end of the day, they were going to have us as Black people voting for the Democratic Party for almost 200 years. And now we're seeing that stigma fall apart because listen, look, the thing of this is and to be honest with you, to all my men out there and things like that, if you're dating a woman and stuff like that, it's only so much that it's only so long that she can keep that mask on if you dated a woman. And this goes for women too. It's only so long that that man is going to be able to keep that mask on if he's a user or some type of like some type of demonic being, or in you know what I'm saying, same for men to women. I mean, women to men. You know, if she's a user and she's not there for the right purposes, she's not going to keep that mask on very long. So it took 60 years plus. The Democratic Party kept that mask on for a tremendous amount of time. Shout out to them for trying to keep that mask on, though.
So what the French toast is there to think about?
Shout out to them. They just couldn't do it no longer. They just could not do it no longer. And at the end of the day, though, they woke up and they didn't wake up. They knew that it was at a point right now in this particular time in society. That's the reason why they brought in the migrants as such a massive point through the Biden administration. And yeah, they brought in all these illegals and they created these programs to where the illegals could come in for 2 years and, you know, give them certain status and stuff like that. But they had to actually, you know, they have to re-register after 2 years, but who's going to go home after 2 years? After living over here for 2 years, what illegals are going to go home after 2 years after living over here under the situation that they have? And they've been giving these people money, New York, Chicago. We see what's going on. Yeah. All right. Let's check this out more.
Started online and was led by some right wingers, and I think that it has kind of exploded. Are there people who are not necessarily excited about this election cycle? obviously. And many of those are people who are, still dealing with the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic in terms of their personal economy. These are individuals who, and Black men are a big part of this, who feel as though they have not seen sizable gains in healthcare. They have not seen sizable gains in housing support. They have not seen sizable gains in things like small business ownership. They want to have a slice of the American pie, an American pie that was literally designed to leave them out. Those people have a very strong, I think, appeal to.
Right. The DEI situation, you know what I'm saying? Diversity, equity, and inclusion. And that doesn't involve Black men. And we understand this and things like that. And Black men are still getting the situations out of the mud, real talk. And we know this. And these are just fucking facts. And okay, fine. Because we're men. Real talk. Fine then. We have to get it out of the mud. Okay. But don't sit there and try to condemn us at the end of the day when Obama came out, talk about condemning us because we decide to vote different or however we want to vote. Because at the end of the day, we as American citizens that are being productive men that have our rights, that understand where we come from, especially as Black Americans from slavery all the way to now, we understand what's happening. Our ancestors fought for the rights to vote, all this type of stuff. Don't condemn us because we don't want to vote for the candidate that you present to us and that you gave to us instead of electing her in the primary.
And what the French toast is there to think about?
How dare you? And then you want to send Obama out from Hawaii and shit. And, and we're just supposed to, be okay with Obama say, so after so many years, when he ain't even been paying attention to the climate of the situation, especially when when a lot of men are getting these YouTube points and things like that. And our whole minds have been structured a whole different way out here. And then let alone the younger generations. Man, all right.
Towards the Democratic Party to ask for more. And they've been doing that for a while now. Those voices shouldn't be quelled. But I think that when it comes to turnout, the idea of turnout is not by insulting people. The idea of getting people out is more so showing them how the policies you're pushing for, that opportunity economy, is open to Black men, what it actually looks like for them on a daily basis. That is more the argument that needs to be had here than anything else.
And Brendan, Donald Trump has been appearing almost exclusively on shows directed squarely at young male audiences. And these interviews mostly amount to Trump partaking in kind of fraternity house or locker room talk with young right-wing influencers and presenting himself as the ultimate alpha male bro type. Is avoiding traditional media helping Trump? I mean, what do you make of him doubling down on support from young men to get him to the White House?
Yeah, I think it's less avoiding traditional media and it's more playing to his strengths. I mean, they look at polls and they see that young white men really like Donald Trump, and they're going to try to run up the score there. Donald Trump was never made to appeal to the middle. He was never made to try to win over those Nikki Haley voters with his moderation. That's just not who he is. And frankly, I don't think it's that bad a call to say we're not going to try to make Donald Trump somebody that he isn't. But I mean, to bring this all together, Harris is not doing as well with Black men. She's just not doing as well with men in general. And I think what was so remarkable about what Barack Obama did there, it wasn't necessarily a message to win them over. It was forcing this conversation.
Right. But okay. But okay. Let's force the conversation because it needed to be had. It needed to be had. Men, period. Black, white, it don't matter. Men, period, have been diminishing themselves in this country now for the past, at least since the mid early 2000s. Definitely, after we had the before the damn it, I can't think of that damn movie. the Me Too movement. Men, period. All men were affected by the Me Too movement. And that started a situation and a rift between men and women in our culture of America. That started a big rift. Women empowerment it was huge, and it affected all women and stuff like that. And I get it. Okay, that's what y'all want to do. This is how y'all want to move. We don't want families anymore. We don't want structure. We don't want roles and gender roles and all the types of. Okay, fine, that's cool. But the thing of this is that if we don't have these things, people cannot expect the things that come with set roles and expectations. It's not going to work like that. So if you want to excuse these things, okay, cool. But the expectations that needed to be had are no longer going to be had. And these are the issues and stuff like that we're dealing with, especially as men and women. And that's the reason why we have the confusion and stuff like that of what's going on. But with this election, and it's rolling over into our politics about the Me Too movement and stuff like that. This is rolling over into the politics situation of how men and women are voting. You know what I'm saying? Because we have different dynamics and different understandings of what men want versus what women want, and our politics and politicians and stuff like that, and the way that we want to live. Because women are, and let's just keep this honest. Women have their own agendas. And it goes back, especially in the Black community, it goes back to what I've said before in one of my previous broadcasts. When Ice Cube came out and he was like, I got a plan for the Black community. And, he was interviewed by Lisa Ray and Vivica Fox and a few other ladies and things like that. And they told him, they was like, listen, look, well, at the end of the day, though, what do you have for Black women? And Ice Cube was fucking shocked. And he was like, what do you mean? Like, this is a whole plan for the Black community, period. Black people, period. And the Black women segregated themselves from Black women. And at that moment in time, it was a precipice that had been met at that exact moment. And I don't know, but a lot of men, that y'all should have realized right then that Black women were not considering us at all anymore. And that's the reason why we're at this point today where Black men are considering themselves now, and we're moving forward with our own agendas.
So what the French toast is there to think about?
All right.
Forcing Democrats to recognize that they have a big problem with men. And I'll be honest, I think some of the Democrat, the campaign, or whether it's allied groups, their messaging to men, I think, is just really missing the mark. Tim Walz going off and shooting some pheasants, that's fine and all. But their ads are like, look, if you're man enough, you can support a woman's right to choose. It's sort of like force feeding that you're a progressive. I think what Barack Obama did on stage at an event recently is much more effective. It's pointing out that Donald Trump is not the strong man you think he is. We've seen that men like strength as a characteristic, and Obama has made the point he's not a strong man. He complains constantly. He's probably the most insecure person in America, and trying to take him down a notch rather than saying strong men support the.
What is this dude talking about? Okay, then go and talk to those emperors in China. Go and talk to Kim Jong-un in North Korea. Go and talk to the Middle East where they have all these wars for thousands of years and stuff like that. Go and talk to them men, and you want to sit here and tell, do you want this type of man going to talk to them overseas when they got nuclear capabilities and everything like that? Do you really want? Well, Donald Trump can't this and that move the wood. And do you really want to, ladies and gentlemen, do you really want a man like this going to talk to the emperor of China or the ambassador, whatever they call it now, North Korea, Iran?
The progressive agenda, I hope that they can figure out pretty soon that what they've been doing with men is not working.
We will see, Amisha and Brendan. I'll see you guys again soon. Thank you. It is the one state that could give us an early.
Okay. All right. Cool. All right. That's enough. We're about to go here now. Let's check out this a little bit, and then we're going to get into the main part.
Unbelievable. The not in there, I think, was his line. You're coming up with all kinds of reasons and excuses. I've got a problem with that. Really bold. And I mean, honestly, Mark, pretty offensive stuff. Like the only reason a black man might not be voting for her is they don't like women. They don't want to vote for a woman.
Well, I think probably we'll all agree that hectoring, lecturing Barack Obama is not the optimal, attractive Barack Obama.
Now, before we start diving off into this joint right quick, like, you know, okay? You know what I'm saying? Megyn Kelly, as you can see, she's talking to a panel of all white men. Now, you know, race, whatever, it don't matter. She's talking to a panel of all white men about what Obama said and was lecturing to black men. So, you know what I'm saying? We need to pay attention and see what these men are saying. Let's pay attention and see how this is going to go. I will finish reading comments and things like that, you know what I'm saying, throughout this. Hold on. You know what I'm saying? Damn. All right. Y'all sending me comments. Shout out to y'all, man. Real talk. Shout out to y'all for sending me comments. I madly appreciate it. Okay. I will get into the comments pretty soon. We're going to check and we're going to get back. Stay tuned.
But the only thing I'll say about this is a sustained problem. It was a problem for Joe Biden, getting the support of young black men and young Hispanic men also. It's a problem for Kamala Harris that could cost her the election. And the way they've been trying to make these appeals hasn't worked. So does this one seem like it will work? Probably not to anyone here or anyone we know, but it is getting news coverage. It is getting out there that they have a problem. And I think unless somebody can offer up a better solution than this, hectoring, lecturing Obama might be the best they have.
I don't know if that's true, Sean. I mean, we're checking the internet this morning just to see how are black men who are at least on X responding to this. Here's the sample.
And we seen that earlier. I presented to you a few black men early in the broadcast about what they were thinking, and black women. So it's not just black men out here. Real talk. Black women are also speaking up that they're not going to go for the gusto too.
So what the French toast is there to think about?
And I'm not gonna lie to you, I am kind of shocked, but I am super proud that there are black women that are not asleep out here, that are actually speaking up and understanding the facts and speaking up for black men, that at the end of the day, though, we don't need to be sunned out here. and we shouldn't allow it. Let's keep going.
Of what we found.
I don't know about y'all, but I think that my ancestors fought far too hard for my right to vote in this country for me to support someone just because they look like me. Especially when that person who looks like me doesn't give a damn about me. She would create a single job. She is actually probably uniquely terrible at her job.
With the brothers.
He kind of tugged his
With
own.
the brothers.
Kinda-
We ain't
kinda-
your brother,
kinda
brother.
did his own- In that room, did it seem like he said anything that could get them to change their mind?
Boy, if any black men are at a Kamala Harris rally, their mind is already made up.
Yeah, for real.
Sorry, Obama. I'm a black man and I'm voting for Donald Trump for president. And there is no amount of lecturing or bullying or shaming that you can do that is going to make me change that decision. I am not afraid to vote for Kamala Harris because she is a woman. I refuse to vote for Kamala Harris because she has spent the last 4 years destroying this country. Maybe the surrogate black dad.
And it's not just the last 4 years helping to destroy the country. We have to also think about the situation that she was when she was actually the main attorney in LA. The stories that are coming out from California, it's tragic. She was locking women up because she locked one woman up because her child had, I think it was sickle cell or something like that. But she locked that woman up because the child was missing school and stuff like that. But the thing of this is, real talk, they had a proper excuse because the child had a medical issue and things like that. But she still locked the mother up. These were the laws that were in place. She also had a situation to where a man was locked up and the evidence against him was overwhelming that he was innocent. But she tried to keep him locked up because the state needed the extra work or whatever it was. And the governor of the state at that time, had to let her know, like, listen, look, the evidence is overwhelming. We can't keep this man locked up just because of that.
So what the French toast is there to think about?
Look it up. Look it the hell up. Wake up out there.
Dad for a lot of fatherless black boys that are running around this country, but I got a dad. I know who he is, and it ain't you.
The nerve to look in the eyes of black men who are out here working their off, grinding, taking care of their families, mature, responsible men, spiritually mature men, handling their business. This man that is worth, some estimates say, of $75 million, has then the audacity to tell these same black men that it is unacceptable for you to vote any other way than what I tell you.
Pretty good, especially the last guy there, Sean.
You know, Megan, since we've been talking, I actually got somebody else just sent me. It says it would be a shame if Barry saw this, and it's another clip. Look, I don't know that there's any group of young men, whether it's black men, white men, Asian men, Hispanic men, that want to be lectured by the old guy and say, you're stupid, you're dumb, this is what you should be doing, right? There's no kid that ever wants to be done. These guys have found themselves in a hole, and 25 days out, the solution was to have young people lectured by an old guy. This is a problem of their own making. As Mark said, it stems back to the Biden candidacy. And they should have figured it out a lot quicker. Instead, their heads were in sand, right? They kept saying, it's not a problem. These kids could never vote for Donald Trump. And they failed to recognize the problem that exists. And it's, as Mark noted, it transcends not just black men, young white men, Hispanic men, and I bet you there's Asian men that think the same way too. These guys waited too long. The thing that I think is interesting politically, Kamala Harris went out a couple days ago and did a media blitz, right? And media blitzes are supposed to help you move the needle in your direction. And instead, the answer was, we got the View clip of her saying that she wouldn't do anything different than Obama, and that went viral, and every Republican thanked them for doing this.
Hey, and that's just the truth. Hold on. That is the truth. Right here.
So I'm not going to sit here and say I'm going to do something that's only going to benefit black people. No.
And yeah, I'm a black man, so you know what I'm saying. Yeah, I played that way. But yeah, so come on now. And it just is what it is. It just is what it is out here. It's crazy. Let's keep going.
They send Obama out to do this, to lecture young black men about why they're voting, and it's having the opposite effects. These videos are now popping up all over social media saying, I don't need to be lectured. They're having a boomerang effect with all of their strategies. And to Mark's point, this could be a big problem as we head into Election Day.
Dan, I want to pick up on, we saw our pal Rob Smith in there. He was great. But the guy at the end who I don't know, my apologies, really, I think nailed it. You know, there are a lot of people in the country who are drawn to Trump right now, notwithstanding some of Trump's problematic character traits, because they think their lives will improve under him. They think the economy will be better under him, and they have 4 years of experiencing it to inform that opinion. And I do wonder how they're going to react to being called sexists by...
Hit that like button out there for me. Subscribe, share.
Barack Obama, who he rightly points out, how many times have we seen him on the yachts of his billionaire Hollywood friends and on his estate in Martha's Vineyard, trying to tisk them into voting for the woman, despite his perception that they're a bunch of misogynists?
Yeah, this is a problem. Campaigning Barack Obama, good. Professor Barack Obama, not good. When he was in the arena later in the day, shirt sleeves rolled up, whipping the crowd into a frenzy, there's few people in the Democratic Party that are better. But he does have this history. You go back to 2008 when he was talking to an audience and trying to explain his struggles in central Pennsylvania. He was talking about people clinging to their guns. And what's I think most kind of bizarre about his statement, there is no qualitative or quantitative research that shows that's why young black men are not voting for Kamala Harris. There is some research that shows that Latina women prefer a strong man and have a problem with a woman, fine. But all the research, and we see it on our show where we've had young black men come on, is that they think the economy would be better under Donald Trump. They don't.
So what did he say? Latino women like strong men. What's going on with our black women out here? Well, they're strong and independent. They don't need no man. And see, this is the reason why the culture can't get passed on amongst us as black men and things like that. You know what I'm saying? The Latino women, they're still trying to pass on their culture. The Asian women are, certain majority of the white men are, things like that too. Yeah. Filipino, however you want to put it. But excuse me. It seems like the women of the other cultures are still trying to pass on their legacy, their legacy and things like that. And black women are not wanting to pass on their legacy like that. So, hey, listen, look, it is what it is, though. Let's keep going. Let's check some more out.
They're not hearing, they don't trust Kamala Harris. So I don't see, to Mark's point, you're shaking the trees, you're making news, you're forcing to the forefront Kamala Harris has a problem with black men. But Megyn, I agree with you. This is not the way to reach them, to lecture them and tell them, I know better. This is what you should be voting. No one likes to be talked to that way.
Megyn, one other
now,
quick
hold
point
on, I got to get back to my yacht. Go ahead, Sean.
No, I was going to say, when
What the French toast is that?
Hold on.
You can't make this shit up.
You old fish-eyed fool.
Well, she said she got to get back to her yacht. Damn. Hey. Hey, she got to get back there. She talking about Obama and all that. You know what I'm saying? Hey, where Michelle at? Is Michelle gonna talk to the women? Or are we setting this thing up for Michelle to try to run next? Hold on.
Thank me in the morning.
You ain't right, man.
Oh, I'm right. You'll see.
Y'all got to pay attention to the future. Pay attention to the future. Don't be fooled by the dynamics. Yeah.
One thing, when we focus group areas where we had problems as a Republican Party 10 years ago, one of the things that we heard among Black constituencies was that they didn't feel comfortable voting Republican because they didn't think any of their friends or neighbors or colleagues or whatever were voting, and they didn't want to be an island unto themselves. What's happening now is that more traditional Democratic constituencies feel comfortable voting for Trump and for Republicans because they see that they're not alone. And we're seeing that more and more, whether it's Jewish voters, young voters, Hispanic voters, Black voters. They're realizing that they're not alone, and that these fissures that exist within the Democratic Party are becoming a bigger and bigger problem for them. You look at the gap that Kamala Harris has with Asians, with Latinos, with Blacks. Yes, she's still ahead 15, 20 points. And as Republicans, I'd like that to be closer. But the reality is she's not even close to the margins that Obama was, or Biden.
That's just to put a little meat on that bone. According to the latest CNN poll, it was released end of.
The only reason why she's not close to that dynamic is because when Obama first came on the scene, especially with Black people, and we still had a lot of elders and stuff like that alive at that point, and of course they wanted to see, the first Black, technically, president and things like that. And, a lot of us did want to see that. I'm sorry, but it's just the truth. But now we at a point to where, we saw Obama's first term, second term. We saw what he did and what he didn't do, especially for the Black community. And then, you know what I'm saying? We had the situation to where Trump ran after that, and, Trump came in office and things like that. He did he did, things and stuff like that, gave Black colleges money, all types of things, kept, tariffs, put tariffs in place and stuff like that to bring jobs and make sure that these companies and the outside of the United States made sure that they paid us and stuff like that to bring their products and stuff like that over here. And I'm all for that. I'm all for America being selfish again. Seriously. I'm all for America being selfish again. We need to pay us. We need our money. I know y'all not finna like what I'm finna say, real talk, but damn the rest of the world, they could figure that shit out amongst themselves out there. We need us. We need our children to be fed. We need us as grown men to get our money so we could power up. We need our families to be fed. I'm not worried about the rest of the world. That's their personal problems out there. They need to figure that shit out. We need to be manufacturing and sending shit out. Listen, look, like I've said in other broadcasts that I've had on my channel, Real Talk, we need to be producing like we used to do and things like that, and make the rest of the world pay for our living.
You old dish-eyed fool.
We need the rest of the world to pay for our living. Because that's what we're doing. We're paying for everybody else living. China shipping shit over, Indonesia, the specific shit. If you look on the manufacturing of your clothing, who's manufacturing your damn clothing? I don't give a fuck if you'd have paid $100 for a shirt out here. Seriously. Look at who's actually manufacturing your clothing. I'm sorry, but I'm America first. At the end of the day, we need the rest of the world to pay for us. Yeah. Sorry. It is what it is, man. I don't.
End of September, but it's the latest on this issue of black voters. She leads Trump by 63 points, which sounds like a lot, but Biden had a 75-point margin among black voters in 2020. And so that's some of what they're up against. Go ahead, Mark.
In an end game of a presidential, you want to put to bed things you can put to bed. States, you want to lock down a state so you don't have to keep spending resources there. You want to lock down certain constituency groups. And the challenge they have is they've tried to lock down this group for a long time. And obviously they're still having to devote resources to it. Pretty soon, you're going to start seeing messaging from the Republicans about Kamala Harris's record as a prosecutor. Remember, Donald Trump passed criminal justice reform. Remember that there's a lot of belief that Trump was wrongly prosecuted. This is something that Democrats make fun of, and they say it's racist of Trump to appeal to the Black community and the Hispanic community to say he's been persecuted and when he was prosecuted. I hear it all the time. It's not a made-up thing. It's not a racist thing. And so Trump is going to stay on offense with messaging with these communities, and she's going to have to keep playing defense, and every resource they spend on that is taking away from other groups. It's a big asymmetrical advantage right now because Trump is playing very little demographic defense. She's playing with Jews, Arab Americans. She's playing with Blacks, Hispanics, younger people. It's a lot of defense to be playing with just a couple weeks to go.
This show encourages.
Hey, listen.
You'll thank me in the morning.
You ain't right, man.
Oh, I'm right. You'll see.
Yo, so shout out to that. Shout out to that. And, listen, look, as we move forward, it is what it is out here. Hold on. Let's see, damn. I'm losing track of my comments. Shout out to everybody that comment. Real talk. You know what I'm saying? Mad love to you guys. Let's see. Let's see. Hold on. Let's check this out. Let's see. Nation. True. Hey, listen, look. I mean, it is what it is, though. You know what I'm saying? Even the Roman society fell, at a certain point because they was, doing too much. For real, though. Let's see. Hey, the thing of this is a lot of Black people don't understand that, once upon a time, we were Republican. And we have more conservative agendas than we don't, especially as men. Men are more conservative and things like that. And that's the reason why, life keeps going. All right, let's see. Let's go. Ray, I'm not a Democrat. Okay, let's see. Okay, amen. States need to workforce 13 Amendment. Yay. I definitely agree. Hey, it is what it is on that. It is what it is on that. Okay. Hopefully you guys are still in the stream. Real talk. Hopefully you guys are still in the stream. And sorry if I, can't pronounce your names right, King. And well, it is what it is, man. But you know what I'm saying? Shout out to you guys. Man, love to you. Okay. So we are about to dive in to what I would say is the main event.
Shots fired! Shots fired!
Shots are going to be fired. Real talk. Shots are going to be fired. I got attorney, brother Dennis Sperling in the broadcast room out here. Shout out to him. Seriously. Shout out to him.
And what the French toast is there to think about?
Friend of Kevin Samuels and things like that. So, yeah, he had something to say on this situation about what Obama pulled. Because, we all have a problem, especially as black men. We all have a problem with what Obama just did. It was totally disrespectful. It was totally ignorant and things like that. And be honest with you, Obama was not checking the temperature of today's time amongst us as black men. We've changed since 2009. We're going our own way. You know what I'm saying? We're voting different. We're, our mindsets are different as black men collectively. A lot of things. And yeah, we're going to go here now and we're going to see what brother and prestigious attorney Dennis Sperling has to say. Hey, listen, look, shout out to all my subscribers out there. Hit that like, share, subscribe button for me. Show me some love. For real, though. Show me some love. Bing, bing, bing. Mad love to you guys. Shout out to brother Dennis Sperling. And we're about to dive off into this. Quarters, nickels, and dimes.
Got to see for what it is. It's a political strategy. And it's
and I forgot. Big Mama is gone. So the strategy that Obama was trying to link up with is the fact of the old school terminology that women actually was running the black culture.
It's aimed at deepening the cracks in our community for the sake of electoral gain. He's exploiting this war on sexes. And I want you brothers and sisters not to fall for this okie doke. Don't fall for this man's divisive rhetoric. We are stronger together and we need to continue to support each other and not tear each other down, especially when it comes to what's in our collective best interest. Obama's betrayal is not going to succeed in breaking our bonds that we built because we tied together. And we need to remain in solidarity on these issues. We can get back to fighting with each other later on. Now, here's the thing. When you start digging deep into what Barack Obama is saying, it's deeply manipulative and divisive. It's a psychological operation, and it's aimed at turning black women against black men. This is very underhanded, and it's designed to exploit the existing frustrations within our community. You don't like your baby daddy. You don't like your ex-husband. You don't like your daddy. Hell, you don't like your sister's baby daddy. There's some black man out there that you heard did something and you mad at him. And so that gives rise to frustration. It doesn't have to be logical. It doesn't have to be reasonable. But for whatever reason, you mad at black men. And then you hear Barack Obama chastising black men for being stupid and sexist. That's right. Somebody type, that's right, girl, in the chat room. And what you recognize he's doing, he's using emotional manipulation and social pressure to drive a wedge between us. which has nothing to do with what's going on. It's a betrayal of the trust we once placed in this former ex-president. And we need to call it out. Somebody type call it out in the chat room. It's unscrupulous. It's an unscrupulous attempt to divide and conquer. By pointing out the lack of support from Black men for Harris, Obama is intentionally tapping into the emotional frustration that many Black women have under the gender dynamics in our community. He knows this tactic will evoke feelings of resentment and disappointment, and it's going to prompt Black women to rally behind Harris, not necessarily because they believe in her policies, but just out of frustration with Black men. And this is a cynical, calculated move designed to take advantage of our sisters' emotional struggle. Oh, his remarks, they create a dangerous us versus them mentality. And he's essentially positioning Black women against Black men, encouraging them to see their support for Harris as a way to counteract the so-called failures of Black men. You mad at your baby daddy, vote for Harris. Your baby daddy don't spend enough time with your kids, vote for Kamala Harris. Your ex-husband cheated on you and broke your heart, vote for Kamala Harris. That's what he's doing. Your daddy never showed up to you to all the important events when you was a little kid, vote for Kamala Harris. You understand what I'm saying? This is a deliberate strategy to create division within the Black community and making Black women feel like they have to choose between standing with their Black brothers or siding with the female candidate. And that's divisive and destructive. See, for those Black women who might have been on the fence about Harris, because see, some people, they're going to vote for Harris no matter what. They're going to vote for Trump, but some people are going to sit on the couch. But for those women who might have been on the fence, swing voters, if you will, Obama's comments are designed to create cognitive dissonance. It basically creates some sort of mental discomfort caused by conflicting beliefs. By framing Black men as problematic or resistant to progress, he's pressuring those Black women to reconsider their stance. And he's using guilt and emotional pressure to try to push them towards voting for Kamala Harris. And again, this isn't about policy or what's in the best interest of the community. It's just straight up unadulterated manipulation. And here's another thing. Because of Obama's stature and his influence as a respected former president, a Black man, first Black president, right? He's able to weaponize that. And he's using his position to create social pressure to make Black women feel like they have to support Harris or be seen as complicit in Black men's shortcomings. You understand how slick that is? And this is a blatant misuse of his influence that we gave him, and is turning what should be your personal political choice into a matter of peer pressure, as we call in the Black. Now it's the matriarchy against Black men, and it's an underhanded tactic, and it's designed to force compliance through social expectation rather than thoughtful consideration. By framing this issue where Black women must stand up and support Harris, Obama is falsely equating political empowerment with opposition to Black men. He's telling Black women that their path to power lies in distancing themselves from Black men and standing in solidarity with Harris, who's an Indian woman or something from Jamaica.
Yo, hey. And that's just the truth. Now, we want to sit here and act like Kamala is, a Black woman. She's not Black. And I am so tired. I am so tired of everybody promoting this lady like she's a Black woman. No. She is not a African American. She's not. She's not an African American. And I'm talking to all my African American brothers and sisters out there. She's not. At the end of the day, if you do enough research, and Candace Owens is doing a lot of research out here. Seriously, you know. You know, she her ancestors, and the reason why she got her, you know, leeway is because yeah, they they were slavers. And the thing of that is yes, her bloodline is at the end of the day, she had her ancestors had slaves. I mean, Jesus Christ. Come on now. Indian lady. And I mean, you know, it is what it is. Back in those days, you know what I'm saying? You know, yeah. Black, white, you know, slavery was the main trade of the world back in those days. But it is what it is. Let's keep going. Let's check some more out.
By way of her parents. And that's not empowerment. It's division. And true empowerment comes from unity, not from pitting black men against black women against each other for political gain. Look, make no mistake, Barack Obama's recent comments are not about supporting Kamala Harris. They're about dividing the black community to manipulate the vote. See, by exploiting the emotional frustrations that black women may feel towards black men, and we hear it all the time on the internet, he's attempting to create an us versus them dynamic, and it pits black women and black men against each other. And this betrayal of our trust, it's a tactic rooted in manipulation.
Right. We hear it all the time on the internet, just like Brother Sperling just said. You know what I'm saying? We hear it all the time. Black women, you know what I'm saying? You know, well, black men did this. Black men did that. Black men, da, da, da. At the end of the day, though, we also hear it. Well, black women do this. Black women do that. It's a division situation. Listen, look, these politicians and stuff like that, they watch the internet just like we do too. They have access to the internet just as well. And they strategically actually understand how things are working. That's the reason why this election is moving the way that it's moving. You know what I'm saying? They see the division that we have in our culture. Well, our culture is no more, but that's neither here nor there. They see the division that we have and things like that between, you know what I'm saying, us as black men and black women. But we also are seeing, which I showed earlier in the broadcast, in my broadcast, that we do have black women out here that are speaking up and understanding that, and they're seeing that Kamala is not going to be best for our society. Period. For our living in the United States. It's but you know, okay, let's keep going.
Not leadership. And we need to reject his attempt to divide us and see it for what it is. An unscrupulous strategy to weaken the community and use for political gain. Look, here's the thing. We have always been bigger and stronger than our adversaries. Even when we were smaller, we still dealt with it. Don't let anyone, no matter how respected they seem to be, don't let anybody drive a wedge between us. And we need to stand united for our values and our choices and our future. Here's the thing. Barack's recent statement. He's saying that, and let's keep it 100. He's trying to make black men feel, and this is the tail end of this conversation. For you guys who don't know, roundabout here.
Makes me think, and I'm speaking to men directly.
Let me look here.
In your house, in your family, at church, who is coming with that kind of attitude, I think you have to ask them,
Where are you?
Well, how can that be? Because The women in our lives have been getting our backs this entire time.
Somebody type getting our backs in the chat room. Fair use.
They've been raising us and working and having our backs.
Raising us and working and having our back. What women are you talking about? Are you talking to foundational Black Americans? Because Kamala Harris is not a foundational Black American, even if that's true. But I'm going to deal with that, okay? Now, this particular comment is insidious, okay? Because it implies that it's been a one-way street and Black women have been given all, and we as Black men haven't done anything. That's basically, now you're calling you lazy and shiftless. Here's the thing.
Basically, that's what we're being called right now. So Obama, the 21st century savior, allegedly, when the actual civil rights movement was going on, we're just supposed to, we're just supposed to forget that actually those men were out there, doing their fortitude to make sure that they help carry the Black movement or the Black, pretty much everything forward. Like Black men just never help their own community. So, okay, all right. Black men in the United States throughout all this history from slavery to now, we just never helped our community, okay? We just never did any damn thing. We've always been lazy, shiftless, degraded, jobless type ass individuals, and we just never did anything. All the women throughout all the history just did every damn thing. They did every damn thing. And that's how we ended up at this point right now. Let's keep going. The thought process.
And let's just keep it 100. All right? Can we just be honest with each other? You're basically saying that Black men somehow owe Black women something for their willingness to protest police brutality against Black men. And that's not only misleading, but a blatant attempt to guilt trip Black men into submission. Now, his invocation about Black women's activism is designed to manipulate the narrative, and it's pushing a dangerous agenda that oversimplifies the complex realities behind these protests. And it's time we call these tactics for what they are: unscrupulous and an attempt to divide and shame Black men and Black women. Obama's attempt to frame Black women's protests, and we've been protesting since the Civil Rights Movement. It's always been Black men and Black women there. Those 4 babies who were killed in Alabama at that church bombing, it was Black men and Black women out there. Huh? When Rosa Parks was denied access to the front seat of the bus, it was Black men and Black women out there. Why you want to make it seem like it's only been Black women in this fight? And see, Obama's attempt to frame Black women's protests as a favor owed by Black men completely ignores the fact that these protests are driven by diverse motivations. Black women, like everybody else, don't just protest for Black men. They protest for justice.
Right. And these are the facts right here that at the end of the day, though, when the civil rights movement was going on and stuff like that, Obama did not have any family or anything like that that was actually involved in the civil rights movement. He didn't have no skin in the game. His family didn't have no skin in the game. Period. So he's going off a trope. He's going off a stigma. He's going off the things that we have in the Black community. And this is going to bring up the fact right here of the Big Mama situation. And this is where it comes into play right now. This is where the Big Mama thing comes into play. All right? This is where Big Mama comes into play. Back in the day, when black men, real talk, just could trust black women, and they went out to work, came home, they went out to work, gathered the resources, things like that. They came home, stuff like that. Now, I'm not saying everything was perfect back then, nothing like that. It's no part of life that's going to ever be perfect. But just pay attention here. When black men came home, brought their resources home, broke bread with their wives, stuff like that, 9 times out of 10, some of the men, brought their paychecks home, gave it to the wives, stuff like that. The wife did the right thing by it. She took care of the family. She made sure the children were okay. She also made sure that her husband was okay. Properly fed, things like that. She knew the task at hand. Women back in the day knew the task at hand. It was not that she was going to go out here and buy a Gucci fucking purse and shit. Like, it was crazy. This shit is crazy. So, all right, let's keep going.
They protest for themselves, they protest for their children, and they protest for the communities. To suggest that black men are indebted to black women for standing up against the police brutality is both condescending and manipulative. These protests are a collective cry against systematic injustice, not a personal favor to be repaid. Right. So Obama conveniently ignores the media's role in shaping public perception.
Right.
When it comes to police violence, the media amplifies certain stories and creating a narrow narrative that focuses on high-profile cases while neglecting the day-to-day violence that occurs within our communities. Somebody type Chicago in the chat room. Where's the outrage when black men are killed by other black men? Where's the media attention then? The fact is Obama's narrative is selective, and it uses media-driven outrage to guilt black men into a position of indebtedness, all while ignoring the violence we face every damn day. Let's be real. Not everybody is protesting out there. Not all of them are genuine. Some people show up to the protests for the publicity, for the social validation, or because it's trendy. Obama's attempt to elevate protests as acts of pure selflessness ignores the reality that many are drawn to high visibility events without true commitment to the underlying issues. And this is dangerous. It's a dangerous narrative, and it undermines real activism and creates the false impression that black men must repay a debt for protest that in some cases were more about visibility than true solidarity. I want you to think about that. See,
right. All my fellas out there, write in the chat, real talk, you know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, though, we know better. Write in the chat that, you know what I'm saying, at the end of the day, we are free. Real talk. Black men, write in the chat that we are free to think, to vote for who we want to vote for. We've always been this way.
Obama's selective focus on police violence ignores the inconsistency in public outrage when it comes to killings of black men within our own damn communities. Why? Why is it that black on black violence doesn't get the same level of attention? Why? Why is it that when a black man is killed by another black man, we don't see the same mobilization, the same protest, the same level of concern? See, this inconsistency reveals deeper problems in how we value life within our community. Yet Obama chooses to emphasize only external oppression while neglecting the violence we face at home. If Obama truly cared about black lives, he would advocate for a holistic approach to addressing violence, one that includes not just police brutality, but also the rampant violence within our own neighborhoods. We need solutions that address all forms of harm, not just the ones that get media attention, but instead, Obama's using black women's activism as a tool to shame black men into submission, demanding that we owe something for their protests. And this is a distraction from the real issues we face as a community, and we should not fall for that. Now, here's the thing that I don't think Barack Obama has realized. This is not 2006. This is not 2006. What is the significance of 2006? That's when Barack Obama unofficially started running for president of the United States. I need some more super chats. 2006 was when Barack Obama unofficially began to run for president of the United States. He started making trips. But see, since that time period, that's been almost 2 decades ago. The political landscape has drastically shifted since 2006 when Barack Obama unofficially began running for president. Back then, Obama was able to capitalize on the strong matriarchal influence black women held over the black community, especially.
And that's where we're about to dive off into what Big Mama used to be able to do. And I'm not denying the thought process that we used to have, you know what I'm saying, as far as what, you know, the women in the black culture had over us. Because like I said before, you know, during slavery times, they had to protect us because the slave masters and stuff like that took more leniency to women, period. Black, white, they took more leniency to women than they did to men. As black men, we were always looked upon as seriously less than dogs or things like that. But of course, black women were put to a minuscule, slightly different level than we were as men because they were assets and things like that, you know what I'm saying? Definitely sexually. So, and these are the points. And yeah, they had a certain level of control to keep their sons under their wings, where Master was, you know what I'm saying, if you know, the women were like, listen, look, you know, ease up and this and that, it could be possible. It could be possible. Okay, let's keep going.
With their ability to sway political opinion. Somebody type Big Mama in the chat room. Come on, let's play a game. Somebody type Big Mama in the chat room. Big Mama was seen as the backbone of the family and the community.
Right.
And Big Mama played a pivotal role in shaping the decisions of black men, particularly in politics, family, finance, every damn thing. You go, Big Mama, what you gonna eat? Big Mama tell you what you gonna eat. What school you gonna go to? Big Mama gonna tell you. However, as I said, it's been 2 decades since that time. And that influence has dissipated significantly. Obama's recent attempt to publicly shame black men for not supporting Kamala Harris reflects a deep misunderstanding of these cultural changes. Somebody type Big Mama in the chat room. See, in 2006, black women, particularly those of an older generation, they still held revered status of the matriarch. Big Mama, Meemaw, Big Mama, Grandma.
Right. And this is where we used to be at as black men. That's the reason why, you know what I'm saying, I titled it the way that I did. You know what I'm saying? Black men are no longer under control of black women because black women have changed. They no longer are trying to carry the culture forward, anything like that. You know what I'm saying? They've forsaken the culture of old past, which I mean, as far as creating families, which creating structures, which helping to create, you know, the things that each race needs in order to have a stable race. as, you know, white, black, Jewish, whatever, you know, Asian, Latin, black women have forsaken their duties to pass on the culture. And this is the reason why we at the point that we're at right now, especially as ADOS, Black African Americans.
Their voice carried tremendous weight within the family and the community. Those women, but here's the thing, Big Mama cooked for you.
Right.
Big Mama was where you went on Friday night when your mama was out hanging out. You and all your cousins would be sleeping on the front porch, sleeping in the house. Somebody type pallet in the chat room. Somebody type head to foot in the chat room. Somebody type pissy cat in the chat room. Don't nobody want to sleep next to the pissy cat, cousin. Somebody type pissy cat in the chat room. But Big Mama took all of you in. You understand? Whether you was country or city, if you a foundational Black American, you know what a pallet is. You understand? See, these women embody values of sacrifice, nurturing, and support. And they often guided their families, including Black men, in the political and in social decisions. If Big Mama didn't want that gal in her house, that gal wasn't coming in the house. You was gonna break up with her.
Hey, she sure wasn't. Hey, listen, look. I'm in my early 40s, and to be honest with you, yes. Even though, you know, a lot of women in my family, my mother's passed on. I'm taking care of my grandmother on my father's side and things like that. You know, she's in her early 100s and things like that. And yes, you know, I never grew up with the misunderstanding of how women worked. The women cooked and things like that. They provided their duties in part of the family and stuff like that. And you know, I just don't get it how these new age women will sit out here and be like, they're just not going to do any damn thing. I mean, just nothing. It makes no sense to me. Because I was not raised by the women in my family. Even the women in my family told me, you don't bring no lazy woman around our family. You don't bring no lazy broad around here. You don't bring no lazy broad around here. If she can't acclimate herself into our family and stuff like that, if you see that her family is on some messy shit and stuff like that, this shit is crazy. Even the women in my family taught me better than to bring some insignificant ass type of woman around my family. It's crazy out here, man. And see, that's the different type of outlook that I have and things like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just can't do it. Even if the women in my family have passed on and stuff like that, I'm still instilled with the knowledge that they gave me about bringing women home, and also the men in my family. You know what I'm saying? Man, it's wow. And then, you know what I'm saying? Man, okay, let's keep going.
Up with that gal. If Big Mama didn't like your wife or your baby mama, it wasn't happening.
Right.
See, Barack Obama's early rise to prominence was built in part on his ability to harness this dynamic. And key to that was his beautiful wife, Michelle Obama, who was a dark-skinned sister with roots in Georgia. So of course, Big Mama gonna look at it, he must be all right. And it was that dynamic that allowed him to position himself as a candidate who could unify Black women's loyalty with their influence over Black men. However, the reverence for these foundational figures, the reverence for Big Mama, it no longer translates seamlessly to these young generations. Black men today don't feel the same obligation or sense of duty to follow guidance of these older matriarchs, as cultural values have shifted towards more individualism and independence. Vivica Fox is not anybody's Big Mama.
Ooh, yes. Prime example. Prime example. Back in the day, Vivica Fox would have been a Big Mama. And the thing of this is yes, we see Vivica Fox. She's out here. She's still screaming about this and that, you know, in her dating life. Yeah. Because she didn't settle down at the time that she needed to. Let's keep going.
20 years ago, a 60-year-old woman would be the matriarch of a house. She has 6, 7, 8 kids.
Right.
She was born in the 40s. She was raised different. She'd have a pot of greens on Sunday afternoon and cornbread cooking.
Right.
Everybody would come by there. You bring your boyfriend, you bring your girlfriend, you bring your baby mama, you bring your wife, you bring your husband.
And see, that aspect right there is the vetting of when our offspring brings individuals around to actually see if they're going to be capable of being around our family. And that goes for both men and women. When, you know what I'm saying, young women bring men to their family, and also when men bring young women to their family. That was used to be going on. That's how communities used to be built. We used to have a point to where we needed to bring everybody around each other in order for the family to vet such things. And this goes for both men and women. You know what I'm saying? And this is the point right here. The vetting process was a family thing. And that's the reason why our Black women out here are having so much mental struggles and things like that, because they don't have the family base and things like that to bring the proper men around. And also it works for the men. They don't have the proper family base to bring the proper women around. That's the reason why the culture's trash. We're not vetting each other in order to, you know what I'm saying, bring the proper people around that's going to prolong the culture and have the proper birth, the proper marriages and births and things like that to produce decent human beings. And that's where we at. Shout out to everybody out there. You know what I'm saying? Get down in the comments. Let me know. Keep going.
You usually meet over there after she got home from church. Hell, Vivica Fox is still in the club. She doesn't garner that level of respect that those women garnered. See, back in 2006, many Black men still held traditional views that align with respecting and deferring to the matriarchs of the family. You know that. You know Black women, you know they run the household. Been like that. That's why Black men are so egalitarian. Because we used to dealing with authoritative women who tell us what to do, when to eat. You just big and strong and do whatever. All right, big mama.
Right. Right. You will be 6 feet and your grandmother will be 5'4" out here. But you ain't finna disrespect your grandmother. And we know this in the Black community. We know this. These are facts out here. I don't care who, you ain't finna dispute me. Get down in the comments and say something. I dare you to, because I know these are facts. I know these are facts. We are raised and have been raised as black men in America to respect our women, period. But the problem is that in the 21st century, we've done so much respecting till we can't get any respect back. We've done so much respecting till we seem weak. We've done so much respecting up to this point. To us as black men, we don't have the respect of our black women anymore. That's the reason why they talk to us like that. They say they don't need us. We're minuscule. They shame us with language and stuff like that. Hey, let's keep going.
You want me to go to the store, get your medicine? No problem. But see, today's black men, these little biracial kids, they grandma's 35 in the club. And what you have happening also is that black men, modern black men, we're increasingly embracing this modern view of gender equality. Somebody type strong, independent, and don't need a man. And they no longer see black women as figures of support to be unconditionally followed, but they see them as equals, capable of making their own independent choices and paying 50-50 or 100%. Drizzle, drizzle. Somebody type drizzle, drizzle in the chat room. And this shift reflects the broader societal evolution towards mutual respect between the sexes. Isn't that what y'all wanted? The rise of black feminism has further empowered black women in promoting their autonomy and encouraging them to assert their independence in relationships, including political alliances. So, therefore, and thus, as a result, black men are less likely to follow the political directives based solely on historical dynamics of matriarchal influence. When Obama shamed black men for not supporting Kamala Harris, he operated under the outdated assumption that black men would feel compelled to support a candidate simply because she's a black woman. Notwithstanding that the question is still out, the jury's still out on whether or not she is a black woman. Nevertheless, he thought we would feel compelled to do that. In 2006, that approach might have been more effective because at that time, traditional roles still held sway. However, somebody type however in the chat room. However, today's young generation of black men have largely rejected these old-fashioned expectations. Drizzle, drizzle. They are more likely to make decisions based on policy positions, personal values, and perceived authenticity and what the hell is good for them, rather than out of some racial or gender loyalty. They mama white. The girlfriend's Latina or Asian, okay? And they have no intention of being loyal to any one group or another based on loyalty.
Right. And that's just facts. That's just facts. Especially once the community push these young men out and they're dating different they're dating women of different races. No. It's a whole new day.
A race. See, the days when black men felt obligated to support a candidate based solely on their matriarchal heritage, that's over. The disconnect between Obama's expectations and the political realities of 2024 is stark, and it reflects a failure to recognize just how much the dynamics between black men and black women have changed. In 2006, many black women still lean into the traditional roles and place them as caregivers and decision makers for the family. But since then, black women have increasingly embraced empowerment and independence and autonomy. They no longer feel the need to validate themselves through the support of men, politically or otherwise. Black women today are charting their own courses, praise God, making political decisions based on their individual agency rather than relying on historical notions of loyalty and duty. And this shift means that Obama's attempt to rally Black men around Harris by invoking Black women's historical role as nurturers and protectors no longer resonates.
Right. You know, all right, let's see. Let's go here now. Let's see. I want you guys to see this. Let's see. Hey, you know, white man here. I still can't believe I voted for. I still can't believe I voted for the bitch twice. And here Obama endorses slutty California governor. Wow. Yo, wow. Damien. Hopefully I'm pronouncing this thing right. Damien, you know what I'm saying? Obama is endorsing our slutty California governor. Wow. Hope that CA, hold this California. Let's see, culture issues that involve our kids. F him. Okay. Let's see. You all have the right to, you know, see. Yeah. Okay. I dig it. I dig it. Hey, Damien. Wow. It is what it is, man. Hey, keep following me. You know what I'm saying? We're going to dive deeper into a lot of situations right here on the Bottom Line News and things like that. Shout out to all my subscribers. Shout out to everybody. Let's keep going.
Black women today value their independence and are less likely to respond to political dynamics that leverage outdated patriarchal expectations. Somebody type strong, independent, and don't need a man.
Right. Type that in my chat too. For real though, they're strong and independent. And this is not just black women. Women, period. They're strong and independent. Okay. Mad love out there. You know, it is what it is.
In 2006, when Barack Obama first started running for president, he skillfully unified the black community by playing on the collective of respect for matriarchal authority. He leveraged black women's influence to sway political landscape in his favor. But in 2004 or 2024, the political alliances that once bound black men and black women through shared identity and historical roles have shifted. Kamala Harris's candidacy, while significant in terms of representation, it does not automatically earn the support of black men or black women. And both groups are more discerning now, favoring candidates who align with their values and needs. The assumption that black men will rally behind Harris because of her race or gender is outdated, homeboy. Political loyalty in 2024 must be earned through genuine connection and policy, not through exploitation of old narratives and race gender. Look, Barack Obama's public shaming of black men for not supporting Kamala Harris, it reflects a profound misunderstanding of the changes that have taken place in the past 20 years. When he first began his unofficial presidential campaign, back then, Obama successfully capitalized on that strong Big Mama effect. Okay? He capitalized on the hold that Big Mama had over the community, a dynamic that has weakened considerably in the past 20 years. Today's black men are less influenced by traditional roles. Black women too.
Right. Right. And these are the points we're talking, you know.
But you old fish-eyed fool.
And that's what Obama didn't understand. And he got out there and he went to that campaign. when he went to the Kamala's situation up there in Pennsylvania, and yeah, he thought that the situation was still the same, but it's not. Due to the internet, men are getting a lot of information, especially black men. We're getting a lot of information and things like that, back and forth and stuff. And we're also seeing how our black women are working on the internet and also in our daily lives and things like that. They're not big mamas out here.
You'll thank me in the morning.
You ain't right, man.
Oh, I'm right. You'll see.
We don't have big mamas anymore. A lot of the older women with hell, they don't even know that they're older women no more. They're thinking that they're fucking young out here and shit. You know, it's crazy. But you know, they're in the club and they're doing their thing and they're still trying to have hot girl summers and stuff like that. You know, they don't even know that they have responsibilities to the culture anymore. That's the reason why the culture can't get passed on, because there's no more culture in the black community. And these are the issues that we're having. That's the reason why a lot of black men are moving the way that we're moving out here. Either we're overseas or we're going on way, or we're trying to focus on ourselves and things like that. You know what I'm saying? And listen, look, I'm sorry, but you know, the thing of this is, man, I think that in the culture of the black community, the black women are focusing on themselves with what they want to do, college, all types of things like that. Black men, y'all need to focus on yourselves too. Focus on yourself. It's over with. It's over with. I mean, at the end of the day, it's just over with. Big Mama is gone. And the dynamic that Big Mama and her thought process and the way that things used to move used to have the influence over the men in the culture. And I grew up with women like that as well, but they also were not ratchet women. They were not ratchet women. They were not out here presenting themselves in a ratchet way. They were not out here showing their flesh to everybody. You know what I'm saying? With the type of women that I grew up around. They were not out here trying to be well-known sex workers or things like that. The women in my family, and I've seen through other families growing up with my age and stuff like that, because like I said, I'm an early millennial, and the earlier millennials still had that aspect of Big Mama low key, and that's something that's not, you know, talked about and things like that. We did have that, but we were the last, and I'm talking about the early 80s, you know, from 80 to maybe 84, 1980 to 1984. We were the last. We are the last to actually understand the dynamics in the black community of what used to be and things like that. And we've seen that, you know, and it was diminishing and at that point. But yeah, we were the last to really see what the elders were doing and the dynamics and stuff like that. But we also are the first to see the technology progress for us and things like that. The internet, we remember when the internet was dial up and things like that. And, you know, we, you know, progressed from there to the cell phones, which we had, and we couldn't even send a text message on a cell phone, and things like that. Like, yeah, it was a point in time when you couldn't even send a text message on a cell phone, and then it progressed to being able to send a text message, but it was so much complication, and you had to go letter for letter and stuff like that. It was crazy. It was crazy on a fucking cell phone that you had to type this letter and then skip this and that, woo to woo, then type the next letter and this and that. It was crazy. We had a lot of issues, and with sending a text message, it was just crazy. But no, we still remember a time when Big Mama actually had the influence over the family, but she meant well by the family. She really did mean well. It's no longer now. The women are not even mentally capable or emotionally capable of handling that burden.
They have embraced their independence. Their kids come first. They're strong and independent. And black men have gone straight drizzle. Somebody type drizzle in the chat room. The political landscape has changed. So the expectations, he need to change his expectations on the black community. This man is working on an outdated program. And it's rooted in the time when Big Mama could sway the entire family's vote. It no longer resonates with these youngsters. The generation that prioritizes policy, values, and authenticity over loyalty to historical roles. And as black men and women continue to assert their autonomy, political narratives need to change to reflect these new realities, rather than relying on the ghost of past era. That was Big Mama. That's what he relied on. What I'm trying to tell y'all is Big Mama is dead. How many of y'all have remembered? Do you all remember that broadcast that I did that said that Big Mama is dead? I did it about 4 or 5 years ago. Y'all remember that? Somebody type Big Mama is dead in the chat room. Shout out to everybody contributing to the Super Chat, Cash App, and the PayPal. Big shout out to all y'all. Somebody type Big Mama is dead.
And Ado, I'm the same way. Big Mama gone. If you're still in the chat, real talk, type that shit too. Big Mama gone in the black community. Big Mama is gone. And we don't have that same structure and things like that. You know what I'm saying? Because listen, look, let me tell y'all something out here. And I'm not gonna lie to you. And these are the factors. Because, you know what I'm saying? My grandfather was in World War II. And this is the reason why. Hold on. This is the reason why I keep his flag. I keep his flag. Hold on. I keep his flag right here. Y'all see this flag? Y'all see that flag right there? The pyramid flag. Any soldier that gets buried, they get a pyramid flag right there. I keep my grandfather's flag right there represented. He was a World War II veteran. He helped us to be in a situation to where we could be free right now. Because if it went the other way, real talk, we would all be speaking German right now.
So what the French toast is there to think about?
Whether y'all like that shit or not, we would all be speaking German right now. If it wasn't for the men right there, you know what I'm saying, in World War II. So, listen, look, the thing of this is, man, is that we don't have the same dynamics, you know what I'm saying, like it used to be. Hold on, man. Jesus Christ. Okay, we already at the 3-hour mark. Man, I didn't mean to go this long out here. This is crazy. Hey, but shout out to y'all, man. You know what I'm saying? Cycle, hold on. Let me see something here. Hey, listen, look, Bella. You know what I'm saying? Illegal immigrants. I'm definitely with you. Yeah, the paid replacements. Listen, look, that's what they tried to do. That's what they tried to do. You know what I'm saying? The paid replacement. Hold on. Yay. I could dig that shit. Hey, listen, look, Bella. Listen, look. All y'all, man, that's in my comments right now. If y'all still tuning in, man, please hit that like, share, subscribe button. You know what I'm saying? And also ring that bell when I, you know what I'm saying, do my videos and stuff like that. When I do my broadcast. Sorry, I keep calling them videos. You know what I'm saying? But when I do my broadcast, yeah, I'll tune in, man. I definitely appreciate that shit. Let's see. Big Mama gone. Yes, Big Mama is gone. Yeah. Big Mama gone. Big Mama gone. Like I told you, you know what I'm saying? I take care of my 100-year-old grandmother. And yeah, she's yeah, listen, look, that's the time before time. You know, she she still remember when radio was a thing before TV. So yeah, you know, I get a lot of wisdom from her. That's why I'm so fucking strong at this point. And then also, you know what I'm saying, from the men in my family, that's why I'm super fucking strong out here. Seriously. All right. Hey, yes. Listen, look. Yeah, black men are, you know, at the end of the day, yeah, we have our own dynamics to the situation and stuff like that. And like I said, during slavery times, black women did protect black men, and that's the reason why we have this mental dynamic. And black women were more the leaders of the community and things like that after slavery and stuff like that, because they were so used to protecting their sons and stuff like that. And it trickled into today's times almost. But the thing of that is that eventually black women were not ready for black men to grow the fuck up and, you know what I'm saying, take the rings and try to, you know what I'm saying, lead their families. Now, I'm not saying that we don't have black men out here that are not, you know, falling short of their masculinity or their dynamics that they need to actually lead families, because, you know what I'm saying, all women want men to, you know, basically lead, but, you know, in nature. But it's just, you know, yeah, it's going to be a hard situation for women to give up the dynamics and the teaching points that, you know, been taught to them throughout the generations and centuries that they have to deal with. It just is what it is. All right, we're going to go back here. You know, shout out to Bella. We're going to go back here now, and we're going to keep going.
This isn't just a catchphrase. It's a reflection of the reality. Mama is dead. How many of y'all have remembered? Do you all remember that broadcast that I did that said that how you gonna influence a man and he's not married and he don't have any kids? You don't even see him on a regular basis. And that statistic speaks volumes. It means that nearly half of black men are choosing not to marry or start families. And that's a significant departure from the generations before them. There was a time when you could get at a man through his wife or even his girlfriend or his baby mama. How you gonna get at these men and 46 of them don't even have kids and aren't married? So if you're not married, you're not going to church, you don't have any responsibility, you don't go where other people go and congregate. They can't even, hell, half of y'all don't even have house phones. You got 99% of y'all don't have house phones. They can't even do a proper poll. See, that group of men, these men are not tied down by traditional roles or familial expectations. And as a result, they're more independent in their decision making. And they're free from the influences that older generations of black women once wielded. You can't, Big Mama couldn't get at you if she was alive.
Right. And that's the point. That's the point. In today's society, it don't work. You know what I'm saying? Black men are free. And the reason why I did my thumbnail the way that I did it is because of that. And actually, be honest with you, a lot of people, a lot of women don't understand, and men don't understand that feminism did free men. It ain't just black men that's been freed. It's men, period. Feminism did free men. And a lot of people don't understand this. You know, women have gone out here and they're strong and independent. They're making money, things like that. That's the reason why you got a lot of women out here that, you know, they try to shame men. Well, we're buying homes and this and that and whoop. But see, though, men only buy homes and things like that because they're going to build families. So if you have a majority, overwhelming majority amount of men that are not buying homes, it's because it's no families to be built. There's no families to be built out here.
So what the French toast is there to think about?
You know, why would the majority of men go into debt to buy homes and things like that when they don't have anybody to, you know, buy a home for? Why would men go out here and go into debt to do the things that, you know, men would do if they don't have the proper women to provide for? Well, I don't need you. I don't need you. I make my own money out here. Okay. Well, okay, cool. You make your own money and things like that. But it still come to a point. But you know, you may want children, but in our reality, children should be in a family dynamic to raise these people to be decent human beings. I mean, you know.
So what the French toast is there to think about?
All right.
So not only is Big Mama dead, Big Mama don't carry the weight. Black men don't have that reverence that they once had for black women, because the internet has exposed black women. It has exposed all women, but it has really exposed black women in a terrible way.
Right.
Things that we would not otherwise speak about, like, for instance, many of the unresolved issues and abuse that young black boys had to suffer, the neglect. We didn't talk about it, the infidelity. We're talking about how, you know, a lot of black women were stepping out in relationships. 30, maybe 40% of these children don't even belong to the man who's supposed to be their daddy. And all of this is exposing women.
Right.
Somebody type, "You are not the father," in the chat room.
You are not the father.
So you don't hold the weight that you once did. In addition to out of wedlock.
And see, that adds up to the point of the reason why a lot of women are sitting out here wondering why us as black men are not taking them seriously.
So what the French toast is there to think about?
You old fish-eyed fool.
That's it. And you know, yeah, multiple children by different men, things like that. It's a lot that's going on. And you know, the problem is that of course, we're all damaged, both the men and the women in the black community, because, you know what I'm saying, we've had a lot of issues throughout the decades and stuff like that, the drugs and all the type of stuff that we've been having in our communities that's been actually derailing us from actually being together and things like that. And you know, it's adding up to where we're at now. Let's keep going.
Wedlock marriage rate, or out of wedlock marriage rate for black men is and when I say I meant to say the interracial marriage rate for black men. The interracial marriage rate for black men, 20%. What that tells me is that further emphasizes that black men are not only are they stepping away from marriage, but when they're 20% have stepped away from marriages with black women. How do black women get at men like that? There's another woman from another culture that has his ear. There's another woman from another culture that's raising his children. Now, there was a time where there was an expectation that black men would marry black women, but this generation of black men is rejecting that expectation. They're not tethered to black people or black institutions. Institutions that were once dominated by black women, like the church. You ain't gonna get your white wife to go to the black church over in the ghetto that you used to go to school, you went to Sunday school at. She's not coming over there. She barely coming to the cookouts, maybe once every 5 or 10 years. But she didn't get treated right by your cousins and your aunties. She ain't coming back.
Right.
Here's another one. Black men are traveling overseas in increased numbers. They're looking for different experiences and relationships and opportunities. Somebody type passport bros in the chat room. Y'all ain't even here. It's some dudes right now watching this broadcast from Colombia right now. It's some guys that are listening to this broadcast in the DR, in Thailand, in the Philippines, in Spain, somewhere in Africa right now. How are you going to influence them? They are leaving behind traditional black institutions that once tied them to the community and allowed black women to exert influence over them. You can't even get at them dudes. He's not at church. He's somewhere in Sosua on the beach, getting his foot rubbed on the doggone, sipping the drink on the beach.
You'll thank me in the morning.
You ain't right, man.
Oh, I'm right. You'll see.
Yes. Yes. Hey. and that's where it's at, though. You know what I'm saying? And that's the situation where we talking about Big Mama's dad. You know what I'm saying? And the black women do no longer have the influence over black men that they used to. We've seen too much, especially with the internet. You know, and Obama came out here and tried to get the black men in line. But you know what I'm saying? The thing of this is, it's like, no, you know, since 2009 to 2024, we've seen too much. Our black women have been on the internet since then, and they've been exposing a lot about themselves, you know, emotionally, physically, all types of stuff. And we see things. Everybody see things. And we're talking about state to state, city to city, stuff like that. You know, and it's no more big mamas. The women that are at the age in the black community that are supposed to be big mama and supposed to be passing on the culture. See, she out here still trying to date and this and that when she's supposed to be in a marriage or, you know, being this, you know, this stable individual and things like that. And, but, you know I get it. In today's society, that's just, you know, that's just how it is. That's just how it is. Hold on. I got a little bit more of what brother Dennis Sperling, you know what I'm saying, shout out to him, had to say about a lot of things. Yo, we're going to keep going.
Eating some fries. Responded by simply leaving black women alone. Something that they didn't anticipate was happening. They didn't think we had other options. But you keep telling the man you strong, independent, and I don't need you. I don't need you, Larry. I don't need you. I don't need you, Harvey. I don't need you, Oscar. And then Oscar, Harry, and Larry then ran off and got them a Maria, a Ling Ling, and a Becky.
Right.
So basically, black men have simply left black women alone, as they asked.
As they asked. And these are the points. And it's sad to say, but I was out shopping earlier today, and yes, I walked past a black woman, and to be honest with you, y'all couldn't help but see her. But you know what I'm saying? She was, a decent looking black woman, and you know what I'm saying? The thing of this is yeah, I walked past her. I didn't give her no eye contact. My soul wouldn't even allow me to even look at her properly. And that's sad to say. And I hate that. I hate that. But in today's society, you know what I'm saying, to even, for some black women, and I've done this in the past, to even just look at them, they look at you crazy. And it's like, sister, why you looking at me? I ain't done nothing to you. I don't even know your name yet. But why you looking at me crazy? All right.
You said you strong, independent, and don't need a man. That means you got it, and you don't need me. Many black men, they're tired of being told they aren't needed. And so they stepped away from those traditional black relationships that once defined the black community. And rather than continue to engage in relationships where they feel undervalued or unnecessary, they've chosen to seek companionship elsewhere. Somebody type Becky, Ling, Ling, and Maria. And then look, now they're focused on themselves and their own growth and their own development. In fact, when you look at the informal polls, if you really want to talk about interracial relationships, go talk to some of these young boys up here at these local colleges and these high schools. Hell, you can start in middle school. Go take some informal polls and ask these young black men, these young black boys, and you will see a startling trend. Many of them aren't even looking to black girls or black women for dating options anymore. They don't even talk to them.
Okay, that's sad. That is sad. Hold on here. I'm gonna keep it moving a little bit because Brother Dennis Sperling got a few more points I wanted to, dive off into. Hold on.
These young boys, these young men, look, Obama anymore country, and it matters more now than ever. As black men who identify as FBA do not feel any particular obligation to support her simply because she shared.
Hold on.
American men feel any historical or cultural obligation. Simply put, we don't owe her anything.
He talking about Kamala right now.
The concept of foundational Black American, it emphasizes the distinction between descendants of enslaved Africans in the United States, those whose ancestors built this country, and those who are more recent immigrants or come from other parts of the diaspora. For FBA men, the historical, cultural, and political context is different. There's a growing recognition that not all Black people in America share the same experiences, struggles, or legacies. And this awareness has reshaped identity politics, with FBA men prioritizing candidates and leaders who understand and represent the unique experiences of foundational Black Americans whose families have been in this country for generations. Kamala Harris does not fall into that category. She's a daughter of an Indian and a Jamaican immigrant. And while she has used her identity to align herself with a broader Black community, she's not foundational Black American.
No, she's not. Neither is Obama.
She might be an AKA, but she's not an FBA. She might be a HU grad, a Harvard HBCU grad, but she's not an FBA. And this distinction matters. It matters more now than ever, as Black men who identify as FBA do not feel any particular obligation to support her simply because she shared the same skin color. All skin folk ain't kinfolk. And so the historical connection to the struggle and the contributions of FBA is absent in Harris's background, and we see it. We don't owe her anything. As foundational Black American men, we don't owe Kamala Harris anything.
Right.
And the legacy of struggle and sacrifice that defines foundational Black American experience. Look, building this country through centuries of enslavement, enduring systematic racism, and fighting the civil rights, that doesn't automatically extend to people like Harris or Barack Obama who came from different backgrounds. This assumption that Black men should support Kamala Harris out of racial loyalty is not only outdated, but it ignores the nuanced understanding that FBA men now have of our unique identity and place in American history. Kamala Harris.
Yo. And it's just the truth. It's just the truth. You know what I'm saying? And come on now. Come on now. If you are a natural born African American, of course you're not going to feel the same. And that makes no sense. But at the same time, though, too, in the country that we are naturally born in, we have the right to make the decisions that who we want to vote for and things like that. And that's my huge point, is that you have the right to vote for who you want to vote for. These are the laws. These are the natural human rights that you have, men and women, you know, to vote for who you want to vote for without somebody trying to persuade you to do so. If this is what Obama has done, he's come out here and thinking that he's going to get the old school, he's going to get the old school thought process that we, you know, as Black men had, even us early millennials and stuff like that. Now, you know, the individuals before, they, you know, of course they're going to vote how they're going to vote. Everybody going to vote how they're going to vote. But no, it's just not going to work. It's just not going to work. We are also thinking different. Even the early millennials, some of us, I'm not saying all, but you know, we're different. We see what's going on a daily basis. We are engaged in the technology. We know, you know, say the tit for tats. We see the stories. We know what the goods are.
Harris's rise has largely been through the alignment of her political ambitions with Black American struggles. She has tethered herself to the Black experience. It's not rooted in it. Let me run that back again. She's tethered herself to the Black experience. She's not rooted in it. When a tugboat is pulling another boat into shore, or pulling it into the dock, or pulling it into the boatyard, they tie a rope on it. That's called a tether. You don't know the experiences of that boat, that tugboat, but you back there getting a free ride. That's what tethered means. Not an offensive term, it's just accurate.
Right.
She's tethered herself to the Black experience. She's not rooted in it.
Right.
It's no different than me going to Nigeria, or going to Ghana, or going to Jamaica, and telling them Jamaicans, look, y'all need to vote for me out of racial loyalty. They're like, blood clot, you know, yeah, I know yard man. That's what they're gonna say. You're not a yard man. Yeah, Yankee man, come down the fuckery. That's what they're gonna say.
So what the French toast is there to think about?
The yard man. The yard man come down for fuckery, you know. You know belong here, black clot, you know, you know belong. You know belong, you know natural Jamaican man. I could dig it though. And that's how they are. I could dig it. Yeah. Blood clot. All right. Hold on. We're going to keep going just a little bit more further here. And hold on. Yeah. All right.
That's when they go something like that, right? Who use their proximity to blackness for political gain, whether it's Willie Brown or Howard University. But what you have now is increasingly it's being rejected by foundational Black American men and women who recognize that not all Black folk, not all Black candidates are truly representing our interests or our heritage. Kamala Harris is what foundational Black Americans refer to as a tether, someone who
Get down in the comments. Let me know. Talk to me.
benefits from Black American culture, who struggles, our struggles and our identity, without being a true part of the foundational lineage that built this country. You just showed up when the work was done. And you
Right. So you know what I'm saying? I'm skipping through because at the end of the day, though, we're deep off in the 3-hour mark. I didn't plan on going this far, but you know what I'm saying? We're deep off in the 3-hour mark. So yeah, I'm kind of skipping through Brother Dennis Sperling. Sorry about that, but yeah, it is what it is here. Hold on.
your collard greens, turnip greens, or mustard greens in a nasty, dirty ass bathtub. She would be disgusted. She would call you a nasty wench. Look at that nasty wench. Clean them goddamn greens in that nasty ass tub. She would walk clean out of your house with her little walker like that. She would walk, get the hell out of I ain't eating that goddamn. She would say, we don't eat in everybody's goddamn kitchen. She would say that. And you better not touch her on the way out because she'll snatch her arm like that on the way back to whoever brought her there in the car.
Right. Ain't nobody washing no greens in the tub. Oh, so y'all don't remember that?
It's the nastiest thing I've ever. You clean your greens in a tub? You nasty. People wash their ass in the tub, Kamala Harris. You don't know black person, black woman to spell black man vein out of them and tear them off from each side. I had a garden in the back. I had to pick them. You got all them.
Hold on.
You don't do table that turn it, that just flip it all over with. You don't do that. Okay? You take that grease. You take understand the foundational legacy of Black Americans and are committed to the policies that benefit us. Kamala Harris, she's a tether, and she does not meet that criteria. FBA men are not swayed by token representation or symbolic gestures. They're looking for substance. They're looking for leaders who have real connection to their struggles in history and future. The expectation that black men owe Kamala Harris, a woman of Jamaican descent whose mom is Indian, their support based on these outdated notions of racial solidarity, that doesn't reflect the realities of FBA identity and the changing political landscape. Look, on top of that, she's married to a white man. You haven't showed us racial loyalty, but you want us to show you racial loyalty? At least you can have a brother. You got a whole white fella on y'all, and if you do, you do. Love is love, I guess. I'm just saying. I'm not Umar Johnson, but you want us to show you racial loyalty, but you not even married to a black man. How do you even figure that? Add that up for me. Huh? You ain't no way in hell you gonna automatically get support from black men. I mean, hell, look, Rachel Dolezal has shown more racial loyalty to black men than you have. At least she had a black man and got some black kids.
Hey, hold on. And Rachel Dolezal, you know what I'm saying? She did what she did. Let's not get it wrong. You know, she changed her whole dynamic, stuff like that. Became, you know what I'm saying, head of the NAACP, stuff like that. But she did have kids by black men, stuff that, like, listen, look. And yeah, we do at this point, when we look at Kamala Harris, at this point, we do owe Rachel Dolezal a fucking apology.
And what the French toast is there to think about?
Hold on. I'm sorry, but we do. We owe Rachel Dolezal a fucking apology. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, the thing of this is she was shamed so much to the point that where, yeah, she had to get on OnlyFans to keep her money going out here. You know, and I'm just being honest. But yeah, though, we do owe Rachel Dolezal an apology if we dealing with this situation right here. And man, wow, this is crazy. This is crazy. And it's just the truth. It's just the truth, man. We're gonna keep going just a little bit more.
You are, I don't even know what you are, ma'am. But what I do know is that you are not just going to walk into the White House and just get black men to vote for you because of the color of your skin, because of racial law, because you don't fit the profile. We don't owe you anything.
Right.
You're using our struggle as black Americans to uplift your political career without truly being part of the foundational legacy that defines FBA identity. The political landscape has evolved. And FBA men are no longer bound by outdated notions of racial loyalty. We are going to prioritize the candidates who are good for us. We now stand for what truly represents our heritage and our struggle and our future. Look here, man. As I said earlier, the war of the sexes has spilled over from relationships to politics. Over the past 2 decades, we've witnessed a profound shift in the dynamics between black men and women, and it has spilled over from personal relationships into the political realm. Somebody type war of the sexes in the chat room. It's no longer confined to relationship battles. It has crossed into the way black men and women engage with politics. Let's be real. Black men are done messing around with foundational black American women and Western women at all. The signs have been everywhere. Somebody type red pill in the chat room. We ain't supposed to say that word no more. Somebody type red pill in the chat room. The signs are everywhere. You've been paying attention. You already know this. You got the emergence of movements like Passport Bros, SYSBM, which stands for Save Yourself Black Men, IBMOR, Independent Black Men, I forget the whole name, MGT, you know what? On your
You talking about MGTOW.
way, men going their own way. That reflects a growing trend of black men stepping away from the dysfunction that they face with Western women, Western black women, Western women and all. And it's not just black men, it's everybody. And this disengagement is bleeding into politics. Look, for too long, black men and women have been at odds in relationships. And that tension has now shifted into the political sphere. Y'all said y'all strong, independent, and don't need a man, sister. So why you need us now for our vote? Young black men, and I'm talking about brothers under 50 in particular, are fed up with these unrealistic expectations and disrespect and entitlement they've encountered from women in Western countries, including foundational black American women. That's all we've heard. I mean, where have you been for the past 20 years? Black men are done with these toxic dynamics. And it's showing, is showing in how they're approaching politics. The same disconnect we see in relationships is reflected in black men's reluctance to rally behind political candidates like Kamala Harris, who represent a system that they feel is no longer supports them and their values. Black men have moved on. Somebody type move on in the chat room. Moving on. We moving on. Yeah. Somebody type moving on in the chat room. Y'all moved on. We moved on. They're not interested in women who bring negativity into their lives. They're certainly not interested in being guilt-tripped into supporting a political figure who don't represent their values. The war of the sexes had made black men more politically independent, more critical of candidates they support, and less likely to follow the same damn patterns of loyalty that they once did. Do you hear me?
Yo. And that's what's up out there. Real talk. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to brother Dennis Sperling. Real talk, you know what I'm saying? And these are the facts. These are the facts. Hold on here. Jesus Christ. I got a lot of comments that I'm trying to catch up with. Let's see. Jesus, man. I'm just gonna post these things and let y'all see what's going on here. Man, wow. Hold on. Let's see, white man. Let's see. Okay, I think I posted that before. You know, let's see. Yeah. Okay, hold on. Let's see. Indian lady, Irish rights. Let's see. Yeah. My thing of this is that she's totally disrespecting her own race. You know, because you know what I'm saying, she's an Indian by, you know what I'm saying, by her race. You know what I'm saying? She totally disrespected her own race. Like, seriously, that's crazy. We're gonna keep going. Let's see. Yeah, they're being paid to be our fucking replacement, and that's just reality. Let's see. Hold on. Let's see. Bella Cycle. Yeah. It is what it is on that. You know. Big Mama is gone. Yeah, Big Mama's gone. Big Mama's gone. Let's see. Hey, listen, look. The thing of this is yes, you know, we could see it all day. Black women will sit around here and be like, listen, look, we want black men, we want black men to lead and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? And this is the dysfunction of the situation, that, you know, some black women want black men to lead, some black women don't. Yeah. All right. Let's see. Yeah. Feminism has destroyed American families, but I'm gonna tell y'all fellas something out there. Real talk. Real talk. Here we go.
So what the French toast is there to think about?
Here we go. And I'm gonna tell y'all something. Feminism has freed men. It don't matter your race. Feminism has freed us. We don't have to subjugate ourselves to the same situations that our male ancestors had to do. And the reason why this is, and I'm not necessarily had to, but because, you know, the thing of it is that, you know, our male ancestors, black, white, whatever race, you know, they did that because they wanted to do that. They you know, had love for the women, and the women also had some type of love for them and understanding, and they also wanted to build families. But in today's society, it's so much brainwashing till, you know what I'm saying, we're dealing with a situation to where, you know, even if a man has a logical mindset and a logical thinking process, it's it's not going to be worth it. It's not going to be worth it. Okay. Let's see. Yes, of course. That's just life. You know what I'm saying? As far as sleeping with the whore, that's just life. Come on now. Yes. Come on now. That's all right. Obama, right. Yes. Definitely you know what I'm saying, Obama came out and tried to school everybody, but you know what I'm saying, he ain't got no process with that. You know what I'm saying? His situation has been done and he shouldn't have done that. Let's just keep this real. He shouldn't have done that at all. You know, he shouldn't have done that at all. You know, thing of that, you know what I'm saying? He should have been reading the room. And that's what's going on. He didn't read the room. So now we're at a point right now where, you know, Kamala is this and that and stuff like that. So we're gonna try to figure out some stuff. And I saw something on Anton Daniels' channel that he was asking a question to where if this situation right here doesn't work for Kamala, will Michelle Obama be next up to run for the first female president? Like, I saw that on Anton Daniels' channel, and you know, I'm gonna do my due diligence, and I'm gonna bring that to you guys. I'm telling you, man, y'all subscribe to me. You know what I'm saying? You know, real talk, ring that bell when I post stuff like that. I'm telling you, man, like Anton on fire right now. Like seriously, with a lot of things. Yeah, I think he's gonna be the new face of black men politicians or politics, period. You know, like seriously. Hold on. Let's keep going. Let's see. Not Montel. Hey, listen, look, I saw that too. You know what I'm saying? When she was hanging out with Montel. Yeah, I saw that too back in the day. Yeah, she was hanging out with Montel back in the day. You know what I'm saying? Doing the thing. Yeah, it is what it is. Hold on. Let me go here now. Hey, yeah. It is what it is, though. It is what it is, though. And my thing about this is that you know, as a woman, period, like she really has no skin in the game. And you know, this is something that we're not thinking about out here, okay? This is something that we're not thinking about. Kamala Harris never had any natural born children. She never gave birth to any children. So she really does not have any skin in the game on this planet. And, you know, whether we like this or not and things like that, you know, she never had any children of her own. Never. She was playing the game, a boss chick, things out here. She was trying to strategically always make her way to the top. She never settled down, had family, stuff like that. And, you know, yeah. But my thought process is that yes, she don't have any real human skin in the game. Even if she, you know, of course she's married now to, you know, that guy, stuff like that, but he, you know, has children and stuff like that. Kamala Harris never had any biological children. she's not invested in society like a lot of common people are, and things like that. And that does make a difference. That makes a huge difference out here. That makes a huge difference. Hold on. Let me see. Yeah. Hey. Yo, Bella. It is what it is, though. It is what it is, though. And I'm standing 10 toes down on that. Like, seriously. You know what I'm saying? She don't have any children on the planet that she can call her own. And that makes for a huge problem with me in my mindset. Like, she's not invested in society. Hold on. Yeah. Yeah, it's wild out here. It is wild out here. And that's the problem that we're dealing with. That is the problem that we're dealing with. But listen, look, though. Shout out to everybody. Shout out to everybody, man. You know what I'm saying? Thank y'all for commenting. Please, you know what I'm saying? Hopefully y'all hit that like button, that share button, subscribe to me. You know what I'm saying? I'm definitely shouting out the mad love to y'all. Let's see. Hold on. What's good with it, right? Protect the rights. Hey, listen, look, with that abortion situation, man, it's wild. Hold on. Let me see something. Let me see something here. I may not be able to find it, but
Well, I'll tell you, I agree with.
hold on. No, I'm pretty sure. Well, I may not be able to find it. Hold on. I may not be able to find the joint. Jesus Christ. I may not be able to find this for you guys. Hopefully I can. Because I want to show you something. And hopefully I hadn't erased it. Hopefully I haven't erased it. Jesus, I probably did. Damn. I probably did erase it. I'm still trying to search it. Give me a second, guys. Give me a second. Yeah, hit that like button out there for me. Okay. Hold on. I may be able to And we're talking about, you know what I'm saying, with the abortion situation. I may be able to give you guys something. Hold on. What was that? Hold on.
National abortion ban if it
Well, I won't have.
Hold on. Hold on. All right. Let's go here now. With the abortion situation. All right. Let's check this out.
Would you veto a national abortion ban if it
Well,
came
I
to your
won't
desk?
have to because, again, two things. Number one, she said she'll go back to Congress. She'll never get the vote. It's impossible for her to get the vote.
Would you support any restrictions on a woman's right to an abortion?
I absolutely support reinstating the protections of Roe v. Wade.
You should ask, will she allow abortion in the 8th month, 9th month, 7th month?
Come on.
Okay, would you do that? Why don't you ask her
Why-
that question?
why don't you answer
That's
the
problem.
question, would you
because
veto?
under Roe v.
Answer
Wade,
the question,
you
would you
could
veto?
do abortions in the 7th month, the 8th month, the 9th
That's
month,
not true.
and probably after birth.
Would you?
We're going to call the abortion facility and I'm going to tell them I'm pregnant with a 32-week fetus, as you say. Hi, I just turned 32 weeks pregnant. Am I able to come in for an abortion ASAP?
I wouldn't be able to see for the week of the 23rd, so that would put you there 34 weeks.
Can I still have an abortion at 34 weeks?
Yes, ma'am. I just have to do an intake form. Do you have about 5 minutes?
Sure, I have 5 minutes. Yeah, I just found out that she could have Down syndrome. I can still have the abortion right, even though she has Down syndrome?
Yes, so we just have to do an intake because the doctor...
It doesn't matter. That's late-term abortion, ma'am. That's abortion in the 8th month of pregnancy that's discriminatory based on someone's genetic code. She just confirmed she would commit an abortion on me with my child who's viable and can live outside the womb.
Yo. Okay. Okay. But, you know, it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? I just wanted to show that little clip and things like that. You know, so yeah. It is what it is, man. It is what it is. You know, shout out to all you guys out there. Mad love and things like that. You know what I'm saying? Thank y'all for tuning in and being a part of the Bottom Line News broadcast. I certainly do appreciate you guys. I certainly do appreciate you guys. You know what I'm saying? Mad love to y'all. And yeah, always show me some love. For real though. Always show me some love. I appreciate it at all times. Listen, look. It is what it is though, man. Shout out to all my subscribers. Mad love to y'all. If you're new to the channel, please hit that like, share, subscribe button. Make sure you ring that bell to be notified whenever I decide to post things. And like I always say,
and that, my friends, is the bottom line.
That, my friends, is the bottom line. Mad love to all my subscribers. Thanks for watching. Like, share, and subscribe. Please comment. My link to my X, TikTok, and my email are down below. And I always show the Bottom Line News some love. And like I always say,
And that, my friends, is the bottom line.
That, my friends, is the bottom line.
Who responsible for all these holes in the street? You? God damn it! You can't make this shit up!
Katie, what are you doing? And she's like, the girls got to do what the girls got to do.
You asked for Miller High Life. You asked for Miller High Life. I'm just curious.
Okay, the last time I had beer was at a baseball game with Doug. So, okay, cheers.
There you go.
So I'm not gonna sit here and say I'm gonna do something that's only gonna benefit black people. No.
We'll talk about that some other time.
Now I want to talk about it now.
Fred, I said we'll talk about that some other time.
You don't tell me what I talk about. You don't tell me what I talk about in my own house.
Don't you point your finger at my